If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up and hit the subscribe button as well as the bell to be notified of future videos. Thank you.
Hello Internet, we are back. We've got the paratrooper general with us once again, McGill Alexander. Sir, you are most welcome. Thank you for being here. I understand we're going to stretch this episode over 2 episodes actually. That's wonderful news. We don't mind. And talk as much as you please. And it is about the 44 Parachute Brigade Headquarters. Now that's a famous unit. I mean, even I in the police heard about them. But it's over to you, sir. We're listening.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, it's when I did a little bit of research into my time at 44 Para Brigade, I was quite amazed to be reminded at just how much had taken place during that time. And in an effort to try and fit in as much of it as possible, I think it might be wiser just to divide my stay at 44 Para Brigade into 2 sections. It actually fits naturally into that because I was at 44 Para Brigade for 6 years. The first 3 as the SO1 operations, and the last 3 as the brigade commander. So last time we spoke, I was at the Army College, having come back from Spain, and I was fully expecting to spend at least 2 years at the Army College as a member of the directing staff at DS. And that was not to be. Very suddenly, I was transferred away from the Army College after I'd only been there for 6 months. I had a good stay at the Army College. I enjoyed my time there. I don't think I'm well suited to an extended period at an academic type of institution like that. It wasn't in my makeup to be in that sort of sedentary situation. But it was stimulating. It was good. I had the privilege of being a DS while several of my friends were students. So it was quite an interesting time from that point of view. I do need to say at this stage that that I had, after the grounding that I got at 1 Parachute Battalion at the regimental level, where I was fully and heavily exposed to technical and lower tactical aspects of airborne operations and of the employment of paratroopers, where I had mastered technical aspects like dispatching, like a parachute instructor, and free fall parachuting, that sort of thing, and where I had actually commanded a company of paratroopers in operations for fairly lengthy periods of time in numerous different operations, including airborne. I was pretty well versed on that level, but when I went to the Spanish Army Staff College, and in the brief period that I was at the Army College, I made a point of doing a study of the higher tactical and the operational aspects at a higher command level of airborne operations. It was my interest. It was my passion, and so I did that quite a lot. In fact, while I was at the Spanish Army College, Staff College, I wrote a staff paper which I sent to the Chief of the Army on the proposals for the employment and the organization of 44 Parachute Brigade, because I knew that it was in the doldrums. It had the headquarters had been deactivated, and there was nothing really happening. Jan Breitenbach was appointed as the SSO parachute operations, but he wasn't the brigade commander because there wasn't a brigade headquarters. So he had to work with the citizen force parachute battalions without any budget, without any backup, without any staff, and without even the status of being the brigade commander, because technically there wasn't a brigade at that stage. So he tried very hard to make things happen, and he certainly did make some things happen. Some of them, fortunately or unfortunately, were not lasting, but they certainly were. They had a big impact at the time with it, that he was busy with them. But I sent the staff paper in which I outlined my thoughts based on the studies that I'd been doing. I never got any acknowledgement for it. Nobody ever indicated that they'd read it. For all I know, it just gathered dust on the shelf somewhere. But it was all I could do, sitting as a major, later a commandant, but as a major, sitting in a foreign country and doing a course where nobody back in South Africa was going to listen to anything that I said. So and then when I got to the Army College, I wrote some more staff papers, and I, as I mentioned last time, I translated the Spanish Army Airborne doctrine into English, and left that with the Army College. I don't know whether it was ever used for anything. I didn't see any indication of that when I returned to the Army College some years later, about 7 or 8 years later. But what then happened was 44 Parabrigade's headquarters had been reactivated. Jan Breitenbach had been transferred away. Frank Bespier, who'd been my company commander when I was a young soldier, had been formally appointed as the brigade commander, and the brigade was staffed and was given a self-accounting status, and staff were transferred in, and there were definite guidelines given from Army headquarters. This was under General Jannie Geldenhuys, for what the brigade should start working towards. And this had been happening when Frank Bespier was then transferred away after, I think he was there for about 2 or 3 years. And then Archie Moore, who had been my platoon commander when I was a soldier, and later when I was a company commander, had been what I thought was my nemesis at 1 Parachute Battalion, where he gave me all sorts of uphill. And then later, where he showed a great deal of confidence in me and appointed me to some key positions and gave me some wonderful opportunities. But then he was transferred away, and then I won't say I lost touch with him, but I really didn't have anything more to do with him for several years. And of course, then I went to Spain, and I came back, and I heard that he'd now become the OC of 44 Para Brigade. And I was at the Army College, and I received an invitation to attend a function which is being held by the 44 Parachute Brigade at the Army College. The Army College had very nice facilities, and of course, 44 Parachute Brigade's headquarters was about 30 or 40 kilometers north of Pretoria on a farm. And the Army College is far more centrally situated and so on. So they were making use of the facilities at the Wildebeest Club at the Army College for a function. I don't even remember just what the function was. But I arrived there, and I'm not too sure why I was invited. Probably somebody in the who was, getting the stuff together who was being. Maybe it was just the Citizen Force guys who invited me. I really don't recall. But anyway, Archie Moore didn't know about it. Didn't know that I was being invited. And when I arrived for the function with my wife Anne, there was Archie and his wife Teresa. I remember it was a formal thing, and we were all in formal mess kit. And there was Archie at the doorway, welcoming all the guests as they arrived. And when he saw me, he looked at me and he said, "McGill, what are you doing here? I thought you were in Spain." And I said to him, well, so I was, but I finished my course there. And so he said, so where are you now? So I said, I'm here at the Army College. I'm a DS for the Senior Command and Staff course. So he looked at me and he said, really? So I said, yes, sir. He sort of nodded his head and, I passed on and went inside and so on. And I didn't think anything more of it. And Archie Moore, being the person that he is with the contacts that he had in higher places, the next thing is the chief instructor of the SD branch, staff duties branch, Jean Larsberg, called me in and he said to me, don't you like it here? So I said, oh, I'm quite happy here. Why? He said, so why do you want to go? I said, I never said I wanted to go. So he showed me a signal. I'd been transferred to 44 Para Brigade as the SO1 operations. Now, what I discovered during that function was that Jos Rabi, who was the SO1 operations, and Jos Rabi had been 2IC of 1 Parabin, and he'd been a company commander in 1 SAI. He had vast experience both as in the parachuting world and in the mechanized infantry world. And he'd been transferred when Frank Bespier had been made commander of the brigade. He'd been transferred out to join the brigade as the SO1 operations, which I think Frank Bespier was very grateful for, because Jos Rabi was an outstanding administrator. And he was an exceptional staff officer. He really knew how things worked in the military, and he knew how to make things work in the military. And I don't think any commander could have wished for a better SO1 operations. And in the brigade situation, particularly because the SO1 operations was also the second in command of the brigade. So Jos Rabi had played a vital role in developing an airborne doctrine, and in initiating certain projects within the brigade, and in getting new units established as part of the brigade. He really was an exceptional officer. He was also something of an academic. He was one of the few paratroopers who had not only a BMIL degree, he also had got an honours degree and an MA. He had an MA on the Battle of Sannaspos during the Anglo-Boer War in the Free State. So he was an extremely knowledgeable man, very erudite, very, not the average rough and tumble sort of paratrooper. He was a more sophisticated person on a somewhat higher level than the rough and tough guys that generally graced the ranks of the paratroopers. But Jos was now due for promotion. And it so happened that he had been promoted. He'd been promoted and appointed as Officer Commanding Group 18 in Johannesburg. So Archie needed a new SO1 Ops. And he obviously hadn't been able to find the right person. And being the person he was, if people had offered him, if those at Army Headquarters had offered him anyone that he didn't like, he certainly wouldn't have accepted that. So lo and behold, he got me transferred in as his SO1 Ops. It was a daunting prospect for me. One, because Jos Rabi, who I was taking over from and who I had served under at 1 Parabin when he was the 2IC of the battalion. I'd known him for quite a while, since he was a captain when he was the ADC to the state president. But Jos, I knew Jos was an exceptionally talented and competent and capable officer. So it was a bit daunting taking over from him and hoping that I would be able to come up to scratch. But there was also the reality of the getting this brigade moving. It was a huge organization now. It had grown from just two parachute battalions, two citizen force parachute battalions. It had grown into something much bigger. And I was taking a sudden big step. I would personally very much like to have commanded a battalion first as a step before I went to the brigade. But that was not to be, and so I found myself there. Also, I knew Archie Moore was a very demanding commander, and you didn't take chances under him. So I knew that I was going to have to act somewhat eight island vase. That's just the way that it was. But it was also an extremely exciting prospect for me. I'd always wanted to serve in a brigade again. Ultimately, it was something that I saw as towards the end of my career. But yes, suddenly, right in mid-career, I was sent to a brigade, and it was a parachute brigade. Of course, when I initially wanted to set as one of my goals to one day command a brigade, there wasn't a parachute brigade. But now there was a parachute brigade, and now I was placed in a key position in this parachute brigade, and I had to do some pioneering work in the brigade. So it was a great opportunity, and I was very, very pleased about it. Colonel Bertie Buerto, who was the commandant of the Army College, the officer commanding the Army College, was not very pleased that I was only spending such a short while there. But, I think he appreciated that it was ultimately beneficial for my career to go to the Parachute Brigade. So he never stood in my way. I think what I should do at this point is just elaborate a little bit on what the brigade was, what the Parachute Brigade was at this stage. It was not like the other brigades at all. There was quite a lot of differences. The first important difference was that it was an independent formation. The Americans term it a separate formation. Now, an independent formation is one that does not fall under a higher field command. All the other brigades, there were 6 other brigades in the SADF at the time. All of them fell under divisions, because we had 2 divisions, an infantry division and an armored division. And at one stage, there was a corps that the 2 divisions fell under, but the corps was later done away with, and the divisions reported directly to Chief of the Army. But 44 Para Brigade was the only brigade that fell directly under Chief of the Army. We had no one else between us and the head of the army. Archie Moore's boss was the Chief of the Army. And there was no, like many of the units that are in command areas, like 1 Parabon, they had dozens of people who were their commanders, because, they also had a responsibility to the command OC, OFS command. 44 Para Brigade did not. They were part of the conventional forces, and the conventional forces of the SADF consisted of exactly that, the 2 divisions, each with 3 brigades, and then the independent Parachute Brigade. That formed the Chief of the Army's conventional force. What did 44 Para Brigade consist of? It was a somewhat like any other conventional brigade in certain ways. The big difference was that 44 Para Brigade had no armor. We operated without armor. It just wasn't practicality to have armor, because we didn't have the ability to parachute armor onto the ground. Not the sort of armor that we had in the SADF. But there was a headquarters and a headquarters unit. The HQ unit was a permanent force unit, which was responsible for the administration of the brigade, the administration of the headquarters itself, but also overseeing much of the administration of the various citizen force units that formed part of the brigade. Then the brigade had 3 infantry battalions, 2, 3, and 4 parachute battalion. Those were the 3, 2 paraben, 3 paraben, and 4 paraben. Those were the 3 units that were the keys to the whole parachute organization. Then there was a light artillery regiment, 18 light regiment, and they used 120 millimeter mortars. So they didn't use a conventional gun because that would have been too impractical for us with the limited number of aircraft we had and the capabilities we had for dropping things. It would have been difficult. We would have had to have vehicles that would be able to tow the guns, and it just wouldn't have worked out. But they did have the 120 millimeter mortar, which had been acquired from Israel, specifically for the airborne forces. An 18 light regiment had been established some time ago as the fire support, indirect fire support unit for the paratroopers. And they'd existed under other commands for a number of years and were eventually transferred when 44 Para Brigade was formally re-established as a headquarters. Units like 18 Light Regiment were transferred in, and the artillery had already been working quite hard for quite a while to qualify as many paratroopers as possible within the light artillery section. So what they would do is when the national serviceman intake would come in, they would look for volunteers who were prepared to be trained as paratroopers. These guys would be given, extra physical training and so on. Then they'd be sent down to one parachute battalion. They'd have to do the 2-week selection phase, the PT course, and then they'd do their parachute training. And when they'd finished that, then they'd go back to, it was 14 Field Regiment, later became 14 Artillery Regiment. And they had a battery, a light battery that used the 120 millimeter mortars. And these guys would spend the rest of their national service with that battery training, and then they would be transferred to 44 Para Brigade for their citizen force training and employment. And then they were totally under command of 44 Para Brigade. Then there was a relatively new regiment, which was still being built up, an anti-aircraft regiment, 44 Anti-Aircraft Regiment. The same applied there with the training of those people. And in fact, when I did my parachute instructor's course, the stick of paratroopers that I took through the hangar, half of them were gunners from the anti-aircraft regiment down in Cape Town. I think they were still in Cape Town at that stage. They hadn't moved to Kimberley yet. 10 anti-aircraft regiment. And these guys were then trained or transferred to the citizen force to 44 anti-aircraft regiment. There was 44 Field Squadron, which was an engineer squadron, later became 44 Parachute Engineer Regiment. There was a 44 Signals Squadron, which also later became 44 Signals Unit, a fully fledged unit. There was 44 Maintenance Company, responsible for the logistics support, which also later became 44 Maintenance Unit. And then a unit that was not airborne was transferred in under command of the brigade, and a process was embarked on to convert them gradually to the airborne role and to train as many as possible of them as paratroopers. These were the Tiffies, and this 37 field workshop was responsible for. It had a squadron which provided the light workshop troops for all the other units, like 2, 3, and 4 Parabon, 18 Light Regiment, 44 Anti-Aircraft Regiment, 44 Para-Engineer Regiment. All of them also had a light workshop troop attached, and those of Tiffies, the artificers, the mechanics, and armorers, and people like that. And they all came from 37 field workshop, and then the field workshop had its other squadrons which manned the actual workshop and the second line for their repairs and so on. So that was a very important addition to the brigade. Now, up to this point, those sort of units were all more or less what you would find in another brigade. But then there were some very peculiar to the paratrooper units. They were actually subunits. They weren't full units. They were subunits. But they were independent subunits. So they didn't fall under a full unit, a battalion or anything like that. They reported directly to the brigade commander. The first of these was 44 Anti-Tank Company. The next was 44 Dispatcher Company. They were responsible for dispatching the paratroopers out of the aircraft. And then there was the 44 Pathfinder Company. These are all the guys who'd been trained as pathfinders during their national service, and when they came to the citizen force, they became part of 44 Pathfinder Company. This was not the same as the company that Jan Breitenbach had established, the company of Pathfinders, when he was the SSO Para-Ops. That company only existed for a little over a year, I think it was, and then it was disbanded. And they were involved in a lot of operations and other things with Jan Breitenbach in the year that they existed. But this 44 Pathfinder Company was just national servicemen. Jan Breitenbach's Pathfinder Company was a merry band of I suppose one would call them mercenaries. They were certainly a Foreign Legion type. Many of them came from Rhodesia, that served in Rhodesian units during their war. Others came from other parts of the world and spent time there. And a very competent bunch of professional soldiers. But they weren't the same group as the 44 Pathfinder Company, which was only really formally established long after they had disbanded and they'd all gone off there. Some of them joined 32 Battalion, others went back to their countries of origin and so on. Some became civilians and stayed in South Africa. One or two stayed on at the brigade. Frank Bespier was given instructions to disband the company when he took over the command of the brigade. But he retained one or two, like Peter McAleese, who was a Scotsman and an incredible paratrooper, British Parachute Regiment and SAS, Rhodesian SAS. He'd been a mercenary in Angola, and after he eventually left the SADF, he became a mercenary in, I think it was Colombia or somewhere in the drug wars, and I think he was also in Sri Lanka, somewhere around there, involved in one of their insurgency actions and stuff. So he was a dyed-in-the-wool fighting soldier who could only really survive if there was a war that he could take part in. So they were an exceptional crowd of quite swashbuckling soldiers of fortune, very colorful group of people. I don't think anyone except Jan Breitenbach would have been able to handle them. And sometimes I wonder whether he even managed to handle them. So anyway, there was a pathfinder company of former national servicemen, highly trained as pathfinders and available for use by the brigade. Now what's important to remember with this is that all these units that I've mentioned, with the exception of the headquarters unit, all the fighting units and their support were all citizen force. One paraban was not part of the brigade at this stage. The others were all citizen force, and they had to be called up to be utilized. And it was quite a complicated business, just how they were employed and how their call-ups were, and how we had to manage their call-ups, and how we had to fit in training. It was difficult, quite honestly, to utilize the citizen force because of the limited time that they were available, because there was a restriction on the amount of days they could be called up. And of course, they all had jobs. You can't pull people away from their jobs and their families. I don't want to say their families so much, because the citizen permanent force guys were maybe pulled away from their families even more often. But the citizen force, the permanent force guys had the advantage that when they went to war, they were still doing their job. It didn't affect their salary and their security and so on. But the citizen force guys didn't have that. When they were called up, they couldn't work, and some of them were not paid, and some of them took a reduction in pay while they were doing military service, and some of them lost promotions, and some of them lost their jobs. So it was hard for them, and so we could not call these people up for indefinite periods. We had very limited periods that we could call them up and utilize them. So there we are, about 13 different units altogether that there were in the battalion, brigade, something like that. But as I say, all of them were citizen force except the headquarters unit, which was run by permanent force and civilian people. And the headquarters unit was not a maneuver unit. It didn't move. If the brigade headquarters had to deploy with its forces, it didn't take the headquarters unit with it. The headquarters unit stayed behind. It ran the base at Murray Hill on the farm 30 kilometers north of Pretoria. And it kept the base functions working over there and ran the messes and kept everything going. So the brigade could go away and know that it's in safe hands. There was a permanent force commandant in charge of the HQ unit, and he kept everything running there. He made sure that there were guards, and he had a small group of troops that were national servicemen who were available to him. And he was in a position to negotiate with the units to call up some citizen force people to assist with some of the tasks as well. One of the huge advantages we had as a brigade, which made this brigade very different from other brigades, was that all of those units had their headquarters at Murray Hill. That wasn't always the situation. Some of those units were previously in Johannesburg and other parts of Pretoria and so on. But Frank Bespier, when he became the brigade commander, he insisted that all the units must have their headquarters at the brigade headquarters. And this was very useful. I mean, it meant that the brigade commander could visit any one of the unit headquarters at any stage. It was a bit difficult for the people in the brigade because many of them lived in Pretoria and in Johannesburg. But on the other hand, unlike many of the citizen force units that tended to have, as far as possible, have their people in the area that they came from. If it was a Johannesburg regiment, it tended to have mostly people from Johannesburg. It was a Durban regiment. Most of the people came from the Durban sort of area. The Parachute Brigade's units came from the troops. They came from all over the country. So even if they were in Johannesburg, they'd be near to a lot of people, but they'd be just as far to many other people. And it just made a lot of sense. And so facilities were built there. They weren't always the greatest of facilities, but they were functional. And all the headquarters, all the troops, the units had their headquarters there, right on hand. I mean, they were most of them in the same building, and they were just a wall between one unit and the next. So it wasn't very wonderful from the point of view of you look at the traditional units in the citizen force who had these magnificent messes and lots of history around them and so on, and their own private pubs and messes and all the rest of it. It was nothing like that. It was a harshly functional setup, but the paratroopers were very functional. We didn't glory in our history as much as we gloried in our role as airborne soldiers, and that was important. And that was something which we couldn't rest on the laurels of the past. We had to make sure that we were operational now. So fancy headquarters were not a priority for us. Anyhow, what I must also mention is that there were two other units that were added at a later stage to the brigade. The first of these was 101 Air Supply Company. And while I was at the brigade, and I'll mention that when I start talking about my time at the brigade, how they came to come to us. But this 101 Air Supply Company was also a citizen force unit. Also an independent subunit, but we treated it as a unit. But we also had, when they came to us, we also got the permanent force element that had been trained as a to do the heavy drop air supply. And we then, they now became a wing of the brigade. But what we did was we combined the two, and it became 101 Air Supply Unit, which had a citizen force company, and it had a permanent force company, and then a permanent force headquarters. And this was a vitally important part of the brigade, and it made a huge difference when they came under command of the brigade. And then we had, for about 18 months, we had another unit, which it was largely my brainchild, and became, in many ways, my particular pride in the brigade, was known as 14 Parachute Battalion Group. And we gave it the number 14 for two reasons. One, it was about the 14th unit that came under command of the battalion, of the brigade. But also it consisted of elements of 44 Parachute Brigade and elements of 1 Parachute Battalion. So we combined the 1 and the 4 to make it 14, and we call it 14 Paraban Group. It was never a self-accounting unit. But it existed as a unit for about 18 months, and it was born out of the need that arose during the war in Angola, and I'll get onto that later when we just start discussing that. So those two units were added at a later stage, both of them, and in fact, 14 Paraban Group later became a unit that consisted of national servicemen and permanent force. Initially, it was partly citizen force, but we'd call citizen force subunits up for 2 months, and they'd be formed part of 14 Parachute Battalion Group. But eventually, you run out of companies that you can call up, and you're also messing up that unit's own scheduling and so on, because you keep pulling their companies away for this sort of thing. So that wasn't working, and so we eventually made it a full-time Parachute Battalion Group. But I'll get onto that at a later stage. Then we had attached to the brigade a few specific elements that weren't units or subunits as such, but they were very important to the brigade. First of all, there was a MAOT, a mobile air operations team, and that is provided by the South African Air Force. And this MAOT would only be activated and attached to us for specific operations. But because we now had a brigade functioning, and we had very close communication with the Air Force Headquarters, which was a big advantage of being where we were, just outside of Pretoria. We could just drive into Air Force Headquarters at any stage. And we had very good and very close relations with the Air Force. And the reason for that, I'll point out now when I speak a bit about the staff we had at the brigade. Then, on occasion, at a later stage in the brigade's history during my term as a commander, we had an MNOT, which was a mobile naval operations team, because we started doing operations with the Navy. And just as the MAYOT could control the aircraft that were allocated for a particular operation, the MNOT could control the naval assets, particularly naval gunfire support that was needed from ship to shore. And so that element would be located with the brigade headquarters, as would the MAYOT. And then for certain operations, when we were doing amphibious operations at a later stage, and I'll get onto those as well, we had the Marine Amphibious Company, the MAC. The Marine Amphibious Company would, for certain parts of the operation, be placed under operational command of the brigade. Once the operation had shifted from the sea to the shore, then that Marine Amphibious Company, which had a specific job of taking and holding and defending the beachhead, it would, for command and control purposes, fall under the brigade headquarters. And then lastly, we had a medical task team, which came from the operational wing of 7 Medical Battalion Group. So these were the units that I now found at the brigade. Some of them only came at a later stage, but the first ones that I mentioned to you were all there already when I came to the brigade. And these were the units that I would be working with and the people from those units. The brigade headquarters for this this formation of units it consisted of first of all the 5 staff compartments. There was the brigade commander at the top. He had a brigade sergeant major, and then below that he had 5 staff compartments. And these were BS for brigade staff, BS1. BS1 was it was the personnel. It had an SO1 purse as the person in charge of that brigade brigade staff, and it had he was a commandant, and he had some a small staff that of other staff officers, and he one of his biggest jobs was to keep an eye on the personnel administration within all the brigade units. And this was very easy for him to do because his office was right next to all of the brigade units officers. But more than that, he had an operational responsibility. That was his prime responsibility, was an operational responsibility, and that was for the personnel aspects of any brigade operation that we might be involved in. BS2 was intelligence, and they had an SO1 intelligence who was a citizen force officer, and it tended to only really function. I had a constant battle with Army headquarters because they wouldn't give us a permanent intelligence officer, a permanent force intelligence officer that could be at the brigade all the time. They said, you only need a brigade intelligence officer when you do an operation. which, didn't make sense to me, but I lost that battle, I'm afraid. Anyway, we had a very good SO1 intelligence, who from a citizen force guy who was a former commander of 3 Parachute Battalion, Commandant Lou Gerber. So he would come in when needed from the intelligence point of view. Then BS3 was the operations compartment, where I was. It was a compartment that was my specific responsibility as the SO1 ops, and it included training. So it was operations and training, both fell under BS3. BS4 was logistics, and there was an SO1 log there, also a commandant, and he was responsible for all logistic aspects that the brigade might become involved in. And then BS5, the last one, was headed by a major. That was the finance section. He was the SO2 Fin, and he had to make sure that we stayed within budget, that we had the funds for the things that we wanted to do, and he had to advise the brigade commander that, if we were out of line, or if we were planning to do things that we didn't have the money for. And he had to make sure that the money that was allocated to us was being spent, and he had to report to the brigade commander on a regular basis as to how the expenditure was going. Are we spending the money that's been allocated to us? Or are we doing what most government departments do these days? We just let it lie there and it never gets spent, and then it has to be given back at the end of the year. We were very particular at the brigade that we didn't allow that to happen. So those were the staff compartments, the 5 staff compartments, which existed in any brigade or division or any other headquarters, really, in the SADF at that time. These days, I also discovered it when I was in Spain and working according to the NATO system, where most countries have 9 different staff compartments in a headquarters, and they will include, civic action and planning and various other things. South Africa also did start extending it a bit, and I'm not too sure what they have now, but they probably also have gone to the 9 compartments. It's internationally was more capable, better involved. And then there was some specialist staff. We had attached to the brigade headquarters, we had an SO1 Air, an SO2 Air. He was a major. He later became an SO1. But the SO2 Air was an Air Force transport pilot who had spent most of his career dropping paratroopers and other things from his aircraft, and knew that side of things very well. And he knew the headquarters in Pretoria, the Air Force headquarters. And he was a vitally important link for us. And really, that guy meant so much to us, because if we wanted to do something, I didn't have to, as an army guy, go and plead with the Air Force to sort out something. I'd sit down with Henny Smith, who was some of the SO2 Air at that stage, and show him what I wanted to do and discuss it with him. And I'd say, Henny, do you think you can get 3 Dakotas for us to do this? And he said, let me see what I can do. And he'd go off. He'd been flying Dakotas for years. He knew the squadron. He knew the people in charge of the transport aircraft at the Air Force headquarters. And he'd go in and speak to them firsthand by himself. And he'd come back and he'd say, you got your 3 Dakotas. So it was a wonderful setup. We also had an SO2 Med, medical. He was a para-qualified medical doctor who came from the South African Military Health Service, and he was specifically a man who was from 7 Medical Battalion Group, which was the medical unit responsible for supporting medically the paratroopers, the special forces, and the SA Police Special Task Force. So these guys were all para-trained. They were highly experienced. They'd had a lot of exposure to all those sort of operations. Chris Blunden, who was the SO2 Med at the time, later went on to command 7 Medical Battalion Group for quite a long time. And he was an exceptionally dedicated and hardworking and highly intelligent member of the staff. He was someone who would sit at the conferences, and when you discussed something, he would snap immediately what was going on. He understood. He was also a qualified special forces operator, and he'd done a number of operations, deep, highly secret and strategic operations that he'd carried out as an operator. So, you know, we had an exceptional group of people. The SO1 log, Fanny van Skalkwyk, had been the quartermaster at 1 Parachute Battalion for, I don't know, 10 years or more. He knew everything about logistics for the paratroopers. And he had all the contacts at Army Headquarters with the logistic people. So you had highly specialized people. The SO, and he was an old paratrooper himself, you know. I mean, he was jump qualified. The SO1 personnel was not a paratrooper, but he was a very, very competent personnel officer, and he was also totally committed to the brigade. And that was one of the things that really struck me about the staff at the brigade. They were so committed to the brigade and to what we were doing that it made working there just a pleasure. We had a TSO, Technical Staff Officer, a TSO. He was responsible for all the planning around and oversight of all the technical aspects, whether it was mechanical, vehicles, weapons, any of that sort of equipment and aspects. He was responsible for that sort of thing, and that was very useful because the OC of 37 Field Workshop was a citizen force man, so he wasn't there all the time, and much of the technical work was constantly ongoing. And this guy was a Major Jakkels Jakel. Now, he'd been the TSO or the LWT commander at 1 Paraban before that. Qualified paratrooper and dispatcher, also qualified as an air supplier. Very, very competent and very dedicated man. So we had wonderful staff. Then we used other specialists as staff. The OCs of all the various units, like the OC of 18 Light Regiment was also the brigade commander's artillery staff officer. The OC of 44 Anti-Aircraft Regiment was the brigade commander's anti-aircraft staff officer, or air defense staff officer. The OC of 44 Field Squadron, or later the Parachute Engineer Regiment, was the brigade commander's engineer staff officer. The OC of the Signals Unit was the signals staff officer. The same applied to the anti-tank commander. Yeah, he was a young captain, but he was the OC's anti-tank advisor. The dispatcher commander was the commander of the dispatcher company. He advised on all aspects around dispatching, what the shortages and the problems would be with dispatching from certain aircraft, certain numbers, just to make sure that we were kept abreast of what was going on with those. And the guy from the air supply unit was the air supply staff officer. And we would have a naval staff officer attached when he was needed. Our pathfinder company was it was unique in the sense that the commander that Archie Moore had appointed, and I think very wisely so, was actually a permanent force guy. So although all the pathfinders that we used were citizen force, and they were called up and they were trained and they did retraining, and they did sometimes had to go and do operations and deployments and so on, it was all coordinated and watched over by the captain who was in charge of that company, and he was a permanent force guy, and he was a competent man. He'd been in the Rhodesian SAS. He was a South African, John van Aswegen, Afrikaans-speaking South African who had served in the Rhodesian SAS and later joined one Parabon as I think he was a sergeant or a staff sergeant at that stage. Served in one Parabon for some time, eventually was commissioned, and then came to the brigade as a captain, and was appointed to command the citizen force pathfinder platoon, or company rather. It was a company. So those are the people, the specialists that we had there. Now, what about my role? I arrived there now as the SO1 ops, and I was responsible for training and for operations within the brigade. But the SO1 ops had a different sort of role, because he was also the second in command of the brigade. If anything happened to the brigade commander, he would need to take over. And his SO2 ops would then have to take over the ops staff position. So he had both a line function and a staff function that he had to fulfill simultaneously. It meant that the brigade SO1 ops, in this case it was me, was you use the Latin term primus inter pares. He was the first amongst equals, because there were a whole lot of lieutenant colonels, commandants at the brigade, but he was the main commandant, and he was the guy that the brigade commander tended to speak to, and he was the guy that had to oversee what was going on. And he was actually more of a chief of staff than anything else, because everything that the staff did had to be coordinated by the SO1 ops. It was a demanding job. It kept you on the go. You couldn't hunker down in your little field and just sit and worry about your little staff compartment. You had to be out there on the go all the time, keeping your finger on what's going on. And particularly with Archie Moore as the commander, because he demanded to know what was going on. And if he asked a question, he would first person he'd ask would be the SO1 ops, and you had to have the answer. So you didn't do much resting. You just kept on the go to make sure that you knew what was going on. And I appreciated that about Archie Moore. He was a demanding commander, but it taught you far more than any commander who just sits back and leaves you to drift along at your own sort of rate. He kept his thumb on what was going on all the time. But Archie Moore's attitude towards me is important. It's something that I think I do need to mention. He, right from the start, I mean, he had now obviously selected me, and he'd managed to override the obligation I had to spend 2 years at the Army College, and he'd got me sent off to the transferred to the brigade. So he wouldn't have done that if he didn't have confidence in me, if he didn't feel that I was the right person, and I was aware of that. And he made it very clear right from the start that he openly acknowledged the fact that I had done a far more detailed study of airborne operations than any other officer at the brigade. When it came to those matters around airborne, he never hesitated to ask my advice. He felt that he could trust me because I'd done the reading, I'd done the studying, I'd worked on these things. I had the passion for this sort of thing, and he knew that. And that characterized our relationship during the 3 years I served under him as SO1 ops. He allowed me freedom of thought. He knew that I had my own ideas, and he allowed me to express my own ideas. And he allowed me an amazing degree of leeway in my actions. So I felt that I could make decisions, I could do things. The only thing that he insisted on was that I keep him informed. He showed me on numerous occasions that he trusted me implicitly, but he did expect me to keep him informed. He would dress me down very severely if he found out about something elsewhere that I'd been busy with, and I'd never said anything to him. So I very quickly learned, but I already knew a lot of that from when I'd been his adjutant. So I knew how to work with Archibald, and I say without any doubt that he and I worked together very well. We were a good team. He was prepared to let me take risks, but provided that I discussed the risks with him first. He wanted to give the final okay, but generally, if I discussed it and I told him what I had in mind, he would accept that. He would say, "Good, go for it." So you know, it was actually a tremendous pleasure working for him and working with him. I don't think I would have had as much enjoyment at the brigade doing what I did under any other commander. I think it was a wonderful privilege to be working with Archibald. And I know people watching this who knew Archibald are going to have a lot to say about that, because there are lots of people who didn't like him. And I readily agree that he had faults, but don't we all? And but I had the privilege of getting to know his strengths and his good points, and I benefited from those. I really did. Now there's something that I must say about when I took over. When it became very clear to me when I came to the brigade that the ghost of Kasinga was still haunting the brigade. Now, I'd never been at Kasinga. I was still at the military academy when the Kasinga operation took place. But I'd studied it a great deal. And I'd looked at some of the documents from that time and the debriefs and the discussions. And in the debriefs that had been held, the mistakes and the shortcomings that took place during that operation had been identified. Unfortunately, you get a lot of people these days who like to say and believe that there were no mistakes. Everything went beautifully. And anything that went wrong, that was somebody else's fault. It wasn't the paratrooper's fault. Unfortunately, the debriefings that were held show a very different situation. There were mistakes and there were shortcomings. These were identified, they were highlighted, but they hadn't all been addressed yet. And Jan Breitenbach had tried to address some of them as best he could during his term as SSO Para Ops. But as I had pointed out, the brigade had been deactivated, the headquarters had been deactivated. Two successive chiefs of the army, Constant Viljoen and Jan Geldenhuys, refused to appoint him as the brigade commander. Now, I don't want to dwell on the reasons. I'm sure they had good reasons for their decision. Fact of the matter is, they refused to appoint him. So he was left to do the work of looking after the two parachute battalions, the citizen force parachute battalions, but he was not given the status of a brigade commander. He was not given the staff that would have been needed to run a brigade. He was not given the budget that is necessary. And so, being the innovative person that he is, Jan Breitenbach did what he could to get what he needed. and that did not endear him to a lot of people. So, you know, there were some nasty clashes there. And of course, he'd always been a contentious person, and had always been a very outspoken person. And he didn't hesitate to speak out against even his superiors. And this is not the sort of thing that is good for anybody's career prospects. So he was eventually transferred away from the brigade, much to his regret. I think the brigade lost a lot of expertise, experience, and knowledge when they lost him. But fortunately, I think the people who succeeded him certainly had very good characteristics of their own. I knew them well. I knew Frank Bespier very well. I knew Archie Moore very well. So I think they both had contributions to make. And I think it was a good thing that they were able to make those contributions. When I got to the brigade, in my first month there, I was catapulted into one of the projects that Archie Moore and Jos Rabie had initiated. This was Project Jonkier, which was a project to produce an air-droppable vehicle system for the airborne forces. And this was one of the aspects that Jan Breitenbach had tried to address while he was there, but he just didn't have the resources to do it properly. He did it on a makeshift basis, but you couldn't really get the fine details that are required if something goes through a proper project process where all the evaluations are done and the requirements are listed and the people who are building and presenting certain things have got requirements that they have to work towards to achieve. And this was being done with Jonkier. And Jonkier culminated ultimately in the production of the Jakkals airborne jeep, which was used for more than 35 years by the airborne forces. And then, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are still being used today, because they were really built to last. I was appointed the evaluation officer for this project. And the project officer was Major Jakkals Jacob. And he's the man who the Jeep was eventually named after, the Jakkals. It was the custom anyway in those days that any new vehicle produced through Arms Corps was given an animal's name. So Jakkals fitted in quite nicely. We requested that it be named Jakkals, and Arms Corps agreed to that. And Jakkals was the guy who played a key role in the development of the vehicle. I found myself involved in an intensive evaluation of the Project Jonkier. There were 3 contending prototypes. One must remember that at that stage we were faced with the international arms boycott. We couldn't go and buy something off the shelf somewhere. We just didn't have the access to those things. And whatever it was we were going to develop had a limited budget, because the armed forces, the airborne forces, was there's a limited number of these vehicles that would be needed. So the project couldn't be like the Ratel project, where hundreds were going to be produced. Many of the other projects. So it was a limited number, and so obviously the funds that were allocated were not limitless, and we had to take that into consideration. But the 3 contending prototypes. One came from Taiwan, and two came from companies within South Africa that were prepared to produce something, and they made prototypes available. And Arms Corps then did an initial evaluation that we weren't involved in. One of those, the South African version, was rejected out of hand. So that left two of them. And these two were then taken by us up to the Madimbu area in the Madimbu corridor between Venda and Zimbabwe, and which was dominated by the military and run by the military in that period. And it had wonderful, thick, dense bush, hills, rocks, sand. It was an ideal area, marshes. It was an ideal area to do tests like this. So we did some of our tests there and some of the tests at Murray Hill. We had to look at the terrain negotiating capability, at the carrying capacity, at the towing capability, including the towing of anti-aircraft guns. We had to look at mounting defensive weapons on the vehicles. And of course, we had to look at the paradropping potential of these things. And the idea was to have a small enough vehicle that we could place as many as possible in one C-130 aircraft. The vehicles that Jan Breitenbach had produced, at a squeeze, you could possibly drop two of them out of a C-130. With the Yakals vehicle, which had trailers, and with the Fireflies, the Sabre vehicles that Jan had utilized, you could drop the two vehicles, but you wouldn't be able to drop any trailers or anything to be towed by them. With the Yakals, you could put up to 8 of them into a vehicle, into an aircraft, and you could that would include 2 trailers for each of them. So it gave you a great deal more mobility. It wasn't as big a vehicle, so it couldn't carry as much, but by adding the trailers, you could increase the amount that you were going to use. It looked very much like the old American Jeep, but a very, very much tinier version of it. So I found myself working on that with Project, and I'll get back to Project Jonkier fairly soon, because there are other aspects that we incorporated into that. But in the meantime, I had to, at the Brigade Headquarters, get back into parachuting. I mean, it'd been more than 2 years since I'd left one parachute battalion, and I hadn't really parachuted during that time. I think I did one water jump at one stage, but for the rest, I hadn't really done any parachuting. So I had to get back into parachuting, including free-fall parachuting. Not that I would be expected to do any free-fall parachuting operationally. If I was deployed operationally, it would almost certainly be by a static line. But the fact of the matter is that I was now in a key position in the brigade, and I was wearing an instructor's wing with a red background. That meant that I was free-fall qualified. The people who I was working with needed to see that not only was I qualified, but I could actually do it. So I had to go back onto free-fall and start doing free-fall parachuting. And, you know, we used to jump at least once a month. We'd have staff jumps at the brigade. There was a little, near the Brigade Headquarters, there was a little dirt airstrip called Kromdraai. And we used to get a Dakota there. And we'd get all our parachutes packed out and ready. And we'd do static line jumps and free-fall jumps. Now, I started doing those almost immediately over there. We started doing refresher training with the people. I wouldn't take people through their refresher training, but I would sometimes assist with the refresher training to keep myself clued up when it came to parachute instruction, and to show the others that it's not just a wing that I'm wearing because I collect badges. You know, it's I have actually I've got the ability to do what the wing says I should be able to do. There were parades. Now I was back into parades. We had memorial parades, we had medal parades, we had the units from the brigade had their own parades. A lot of those things were taking place, so I had to get back into that. And of course, I had to now get back into working with the citizen force, because one has to remember that from when I joined the permanent force at the end of 1975 until now, which is 11 years later, 10 years later, I hadn't really worked with the permanent force except for that first operational deployment when I was attached to 2 Parachute Battalion, and I commanded a group of a hawk group of 22 odd citizen force paratroopers. But other than that, I'd had nothing to do with the citizen force during that time. I'd worked with national service. So I had to become au fait again with the demands placed on citizen force people, the restrictions that they have, the military regulations regarding citizen force people. I had to update myself with all of that and get back into it. Of course, it was a lot easier for me than it may have been for other people, because of the fact that I had spent 8 years in the citizen force myself. So, you know, I had first-hand experience of being in the citizen force, and it helped me to have some empathy with the citizen force guys in what they were doing and what they were faced with and what demands they had to handle. So those are all things that I had to adjust to as a new SO1 ops. And at that stage, the brigade citizen force units were being called up for camps, either 60 days to deploy on the borders of South Africa, the borders with Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. You know, that was disruptive, but it wasn't as disruptive as a 90-day deployment, because a 90-day deployment, then they would normally be sent up to what was then Southwest Africa to deploy in the operational area up there. But those were the 2 sorts of deployments that were taking place. And increasingly, it was becoming 60-day deployments within South Africa. More and more, we were getting demands to provide units to do battalions to do what they called township duty. You know, because there was a lot of unrest within South Africa that had to be dealt with at that stage. So that's the sort of situation that I found myself in. When they were called up, they would do refresher para training at Murray Hill. We had some outdoor training apparatus at the brigade, at the headquarters, and we put them all through that. We had quite a lot of parachute instructors of our own in the brigade headquarters. If necessary, we would get additional parachute instructors from one parabon if there was a big call-up, and they would all help to give the guys a bit of refresher training with the apparatus that we had there. And then they would either jump at Murray Hill before they deployed, or during the deployments, we would send aircraft up there and they would do some jumps while they're actually deployed. Just progressive parachute training jumps to keep themselves okay. I wasn't very happy with this arrangement, because I felt that the paratroopers were now being used as, you know, just sort of cannon fodder. They were just doing a job that any other unit could do, and nothing was being done to develop the brigade and the country's airborne capability. Nobody was looking beyond the present situation and saying, you know, if the situation changes, these are the guys who've got to do these sort of jobs. We must keep them honed to do their type of operation. So I spent a lot of time thinking about how could we address this, because we can't go to Army headquarters and say, no, paratroopers are not available to deploy for normal border duty anymore. We feel you're wasting our time. We couldn't do that, because it's a requirement, and the Army headquarters had a shortage of units and of people, and it had to be done. But at the same time, we couldn't allow the paratroopers to become rusty when it came to their primary role as airborne soldiers. And we had to find a way of doing that. When I got to the brigade, in fact, even before, from the time that I heard that I was being transferred there, I sat down and gave a bit of thought to this, because again, one needs to formulate some goals for what you're going to do in the particular job that you've got, based on those goals, your initial goals that you've got for your own career in the military, but also looking at what do you want to achieve in this particular job with the force that you've got at your disposal, or that you're there to be a part of. There were three things that I found very important that I'd become convinced of with my studies of airborne operations, and particularly what had happened at Kasinga, and my reading of the developing op situation that our country was involved in at that stage, and my exposure to the theory at the Spanish Army Staff College and at the South African Army College, and then the practical visits of the South African Army College, because we would take the students, and this happened largely during the second half of the year, which was when I was at the college. We would take them on staff visits to the operational area, and of course accompany them and get briefings, and they'd have demonstrations for us, capability demonstrations and so on. We'd pay visits to commands and look at the township situations and what was going on over there, and all these sort of things would take place. And they'd convinced me of three things which I felt were very important. The first was the importance of having the correct command and control during an airborne operation. That had not been the case during Kasinga. There was chaos with the command and control, and that nobody, it had been identified as a problem, but nobody seemed to have found a solution to it. So, you know, we needed to look at that. We needed to make sure that that sort of thing never happened again. There was also the requirement for a balanced airborne force, not just infantry. There were a lot of people in the SADF who saw paratroopers as just infantry. And unfortunately, some of them were fairly senior people. Some of them were generals. And they were unable to think beyond infantry when it came to paratroopers. There were many people within the paratroop community who only saw paratroopers as infantry. They saw the highlight of any paratrooper's life was a fire force operation. Now, a fire force had its place, but it was a tactical operation. They never saw the strategic value of an airborne force, and they never envisaged employment in a strategic role. So nobody did any preparation for that. And most people said, what do you want? What do you want artillery for? What do you want the 120 millimeter mortars? You've got 81 millimeter mortars. What's the big deal? The 120 millimeter mortar doesn't shoot very much further than the 81 millimeter mortar. What's the advantage? Well, you've got to bear in mind that the terminal effect of the 120 millimeter mortar is approximately the equivalent of the terminal effect of the 5.5 inch or 140 millimeter field gun, which the artillery use. And that terminal effect is way above any 81 millimeter mortar. So thank you very much. If I'm an infantryman on the ground, I would like to be supported by the 120 millimeter mortars. The 81 millimeter mortar is a battalion weapon. It doesn't fit into brigade planning. But people were not able to understand that and were not prepared to accept that. And many people felt that there's no role for a parachute brigade. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of time. We don't need all of those things. I saw a very great need for a balanced airborne force, a force which you could put together that, looking at the task, you could add some artillery, some engineers, some ACAC, depending on what the threat is, depending on what the obstacles are, depending on what's going to happen on the ground, so that you can tailor your force to what is needed. And then the third thing that I felt very strongly about was that the anti-tank capability of the brigade needed to get priority attention. We needed an anti-tank capability that had mobility, that had firepower, and that had at least a degree of armor protection. Now, how do we do that with the few aircraft that we've got and the type of armor that we have, which is too heavy and too big and doesn't fit in the aircraft and can't be parachuted and all sorts of other things. So somehow we got to think of something. We can't just have a couple of guys with RPG-7s running out there to try and stop the tanks. You've got to have mobility. You've got to be able to, when you're thinking from a brigade level and you're thinking at a strategic independent operation where you don't necessarily have support that you can call on from the ground forces, then you're thinking in terms of being able to send out reconnaissance some distance. You must have mobility to do that so that you can have early warning of any armored counterattack. And then that reconnaissance capability must also have the ability to actually delay the armored counterattack, to fire on them, force them to deploy, that wastes their time, and then to withdraw, and then to lay another tank ambush. And by falling back in these successive positions, they give the people, the main force in the airhead, the opportunity to either be withdrawn or to get out and get away, or to link up, or whatever the case might be. But you've got to be able to effectively delay. Now, that's one of the things that it wasn't possible to do at Kasinga. The only real delaying that took place was by the Air Force. The Air Force were able to delay the armored counterattack, but the paratroopers only had one tank mine, stopped one tank, and forced a limited deployment. The paratroopers were able to shoot out a couple of these BTR 152s, the APCs, armored personnel carriers, but they weren't able to effectively delay and really concern the armored force that was approaching. So we had to find a way to prevent that happening in future, to avoid having a crisis situation like that. I mean, the fact of the matter is, and that stands in all the debriefing documents, the paratroopers were fortunate to get out alive. They had luck. It wasn't due to careful planning and good countermeasures. We didn't have that capability at our disposal at that stage, and we needed now to make sure that we and I mean, we were now sitting at 8 years after Kasinga. These things should have been addressed long ago, but they hadn't yet. So those were the three things that really concerned me, and I tended to work on them. I discussed them with Archie Moore, the brigade commander, and he agreed with me, and he gave me virtual carte blanche to work on addressing these. And he said, McGill, anything you can think of, anything you can come up with, go for it, go for it. Keep me informed, let me know what you're doing, but if you think we can find a way of overcoming these problems, go for it. It is wonderful to work for a commander like that. So in one way or another, those three things would dominate my activities for the next 3 years as the SO1 ops. Now, to get back to Project Jonkier. Project Jonkier provided me with the ideal opportunity to address the anti-tank question. I knew that there were no funds available to register a project, because the number of vehicles we would require if we wanted an anti-tank capability would be even less than for the Yakkals. So it would be a very expensive project to embark on with very little that comes out. And, you know, the critics would say, yeah, but we're unlikely to ever use the paratroopers anyway. So why go to all that expense? So, you know, I was realistic. I knew that wouldn't be a way that we could go. But Yakkals, I discussed this with Yakkals, the TSO, and he was very enthusiastic about it. So I said to him, Yakkals, if we can find something that we can try and squeeze in with the Yonkier project, so that we can develop it at the same time and get inputs from Arms Corps without jeopardizing the actual Yonkier project. But we need to find something. We can't go and have a new vehicle design. There's no way that will work. But if we can find something that we can use. So we began searching. Yakkals and I worked through collections of old obsolete weapons and vehicles. And we found them all over the place. And we were able to do a good assessment of these sort of things. And we got hold of an officer at Army Headquarters, Colonel Tokis Venter. Tokis Venter, who's passed away now, but he was an artilleryman, a gunner. And he was an SSO at Army Headquarters. I forget exactly what his role was. I don't know whether it was weapons or vehicles or something to do with projects. But anyway, he was an old soldier with lots of experience and knew the system intimately. And he was a guy who thought outside of the box. And he listened to what I had to say, and he said, listen, Mac, anything that you and Yakkals find, you just come to me and I'll get you the authority to take that thing onto strength to be able to test it and test whatever you do. So we looked at a lot of things, and eventually we were in this this workshop area, and there were a couple of vehicles looking at, and we were largely looking at the Eland 90. It's got an anti-tank capability. It's got a good anti-tank gun. It's got an established system, and parts are available, and so. And the Eland was now starting to be phased out. They were getting the Ratel 19 in its place, and you know, the work was already on the go with the Roycat armored car, which was going to replace it completely. So there were a lot of Elands available, and we had to look at these. And you know, I didn't like the Eland. It was too big, too bulky. I felt it was underpowered, and it. In order to equip it, we wouldn't be able to drop an Eland 90 because with the turret it was too high, because you've got to put it on a platform, and then you've got to put parachutes on top of that, and you know, it's not good. You might be able to get it into a C-160, but in a C-130 it wouldn't have worked. So we looked at it, and you know, we more or less rejected it, but we thought, well, we'll test it, and get authority. We got authority from Tokis to do so. But while we were there, I looked and I said, Yakkals, what's that over there? And he turned around and he said, that's an old ferret. So I said to him, let's go and have a look at that. So we had a look at it. So Yakkals says, no, he knows us well. When he was an apprentice many years ago, they used to work on the ferret. He knows the ferret well. So I said, but this thing's, you know, it's It also had a turret, much lower than the Eland, but it also had a turret. But the turret didn't take an anti-tank gun. It was just a turret that took a machine gunner. I think it was only a 5.0 Browning or something. So I said to him, do you think we could remove the turret? He said, well, this is a Mark II. You know, if we get the Mark I, it doesn't have a turret. So I said, okay, let's see if Tokis can get authority for us just to test this one, because we found out that the Mark IIs, they were down in Grahamstown in storage there, because they'd been taken out of service. And when we investigated it, most of these things they were still in miles, and they had something like 5,000 miles on the clock. So they were basically brand new, but they'd been withdrawn from service now. And the spares were there, and you know, everything was there. They'd never decided what they were going to do with the things now. So they were just in storage. And the only Mark I without a turret, they were all down in Grahamstown. So Tokis got one of them brought up to Pretoria. And while he was busy organizing that, we took the Mark II out into the training area in Murray Hill, and we drove it around there. Very easy to drive, very good over rough country and so on. We were very impressed with this little vehicle. So when the Mark II came, we got 6.1 base workshop. Tokis got all the authorities arranged for us. He did everything for us, and they modified the thing for us. And they put an ammo, they took the spare wheel off, they put an ammo bin on it so that it could carry 106 recoilless rifle rounds, because we found 106s in storage too. At that stage, they were being withdrawn. At a later stage, they were brought back into service again, but at that stage, they were regarded as obsolete and they were going to be replaced by something else, but they hadn't found something to replace them with yet. And so we got one of these, and we started, and they worked out how to put a mounting for the 106 gun on it, and Tokis got 106s. We were authorized to use those as well. We took them out and we did some trials with them on the in the area, the training area, and it worked magnificently with the 106. And the best advantage with the 106 that we found, up till then, the 106 had been mounted on a Jeep, but the Jeep could only fire forward or to the sides through a range of about 270, 280 degrees. But it couldn't fire in 360 degrees, because if it fired backwards, then the back blast would hit the engine. You know, it could damage the engine, and then your vehicle's damaged, because it had tremendous back blast. That's why it was recoilless. And on the Ferret, you could point it anywhere you liked, because it was an armored vehicle, and it didn't bother the engine in the least if you fired from there. But the other thing was, the Ferret's engine was at the back. It wasn't in the front. So you could fire backwards with ease. And, you know, the Ferret had a 6-cylinder Rolls-Royce engine. Now, it was a petrol engine. That's one of the reasons why they didn't like it. But the Jakkals that we were busy developing was also petrol driven. And one of the reasons was that we argued in our reasoning around this that it's easier to get hold of petrol when you're dropped somewhere than it is to get hold of diesel. And the petrol can be taken from any car. You can go into the local garage and you can just you know, pump it out of the petrol pump there. And diesel is not always so readily available. So we opted for a little a petrol engine for the Jakkals. But we and we specifically wanted an engine that could be utilized anyway. It doesn't have to have 2-stroke or 4-stroke and other little things like that. And we wanted a powerful engine, so this little Yakos could tow things, and we were testing it in towing these things. So the Ferret had a petrol engine, and that would be good. It would be compatible with the Yakos as well, so you don't have to have 2 types of fuel that you've got to deliver and look for and so on. And it was a Rolls-Royce engine. I mean, and you couldn't get a much better engine than that. So it was reliable, it was good, and was in good condition. And we took it out to the range, and we fired it, and it was magnificent. It was a magnificent platform for the 106, and we were able to work out a tactic for using this for delaying a tank, an advance by a counter-attacking force. You go into your ambush position. You go into a sort of a hold down position, but facing away from the approaching enemy. So your 106 is looking towards the enemy. Now, the big disadvantage of the 106 is when you fire it, it kicks up a massive cloud of dust and so on. So when you fire the 106, they know where you are. So you've got to get out of there in a hurry. The advantage is that it's got a spotting rifle. 12.7 millimeter spotting rifle, 5.0 Browning type spotting rifle. But the spotting rifle, you can fire a couple of shots with a spotting rifle, and when you see that you're on target, then you just give the gunner the command 106, and he presses that button in the middle of the wheel, and the round lands where the spotting rifle has been landed. So you make sure that you're properly aligned before you give the command 106. And then the vehicle itself had what they call a GCP. That meant that you could, now I can't remember what the abbreviation stands for, but with a GCP, you put the car into gear. So the driver is sitting there, the engine's idling, and he puts it into gear. And all you've got to do is you've got to kick the clutch. And when you kick the clutch, it goes because it's already in gear. You don't have to start it, and you got it idling, it's in gear. And so you fire the 106, and the moment it fires, that guy kicks the clutch, and he drives off into that cloud of dust that has been kicked up, and he's gone. Within seconds, he's gone, and the tank can fire at that cloud of dust, but there's nobody there anymore. So it worked ideally. With a Jeep, you couldn't do that, because a Jeep couldn't face away from the enemy when you're firing. So we were thrilled with this. The Ferret but the Ferret had all sorts of things that we needed. It still worked with a periscope. The lights were not protected for driving in the bush. The old smoke grenade launchers that it had were the old, I think they were 2-inch smoke grenade launchers. That stuff wasn't available anymore. You couldn't get it. We needed to have the proper 81 millimeter ones that we use in South Africa. So there's a whole lot of work that had to be done with that. But these sort of things, Toki's Fenter said, we get 6-1 base workshop to do that. You don't have to register a project at Arms Corps. Everything is there. It's just some modifications to the vehicle. So you got to work out how many you need. You got to let me know, and we'll, but finish your evaluation first. So we did. We tested it for paradropping. We got the Air Force, and the Air Force were very enthusiastic about it. We got the SAFs 28 Squadron to assist us with the trial. So they successfully dropped the Ferret with both pleds and lapes, the 2 different heavy drop systems that we had. systems that we had got, American systems that we had got through Israel, that were very, very good systems. The PLEDS, platform load extraction delivery system. You'd have to drop at 1,000 feet. And for that, we needed 3 100-foot cargo parachutes to support a ferret coming down, because the air supply guys worked all of that out, and they worked out a system to pack it on the platform and so on. And we tested it. It came down beautifully. It landed perfectly. We could get it de-rigged in seconds, and we could drive off. And it could come down. We couldn't drop it with the 106 fitted. We had to remove the 106 gun and put it on the platform next to the ferret. But as soon as you de-rigged it, then the crew just lifted that up and fitted it on top, and you could go, and it was ready for action. The LAPS, low altitude platform extraction system. That's where the aircraft comes in 3 meters above the ground with a ramp open, and it only uses an extraction parachute. With the PLED system, you have to have an extraction parachute to pull it out, and then the cargo parachutes are attached to the extraction system, and then it has to open. That's why you have to drop it as high as 1,000 feet. You can't go lower than that. And then it comes down underneath that and lands. But with a LAPE system, you come in 3 meters above the ground. So you can come in at low level, and you can drop down if you've got the extraction zone where you're going to put it down. Has been identified and is suitable. Then as it reaches the extraction zone, it drops down to just 3 meters above the ground. I mean, that's so low you can almost touch it. And then the extraction parachute is activated, and it pulls it out. And the platform that it's on is a skid platform, and it merely just drops onto the ground, and the parachute slows it down because it's now moving at the same speed as the aircraft. But the extraction parachute slows it down, and it skids along until it comes to a stop. And there's no massive rigging that has to be de-rigged the way it is with a PLEDS drop. The paratroopers on the ground, they've got to run after the thing, and the moment it stops, they jump on and they cut the rigging line, and they can drive it off in seconds. It was a wonder, and the ferret worked perfectly for LAPES. So we were thrilled with that. And with all the modifications, we then took it to the advanced evaluations at Madimbu that we were doing with the Jakkals. So there were no extra costs involved in something like this. We were there anyway. We did the thing. The Arms Corps guys who were very clued up with the technical thing, and we had very good, close relationship with the Arms Corps guys from the vehicle setup, the B vehicles. Now, this wasn't a B vehicle, but it was nevertheless, these guys knew about vehicles. So they helped us with a lot of the evaluations that we did with the thing. We'd also got, through Toki's Fenter, we'd also got 6-1 Base Workshop to build us a high-velocity anti-tank gun, a towed anti-tank gun that we could test. And what we got them to do was we got because we found, when Jakkals and I, when we were looking around, we found the old Second World War 6-pounder anti-tank guns lying in stores. There was first the 2-pounder, and then later that was found not to be good enough, and they got the 6-pounder. And there were lots of these 6-pounder guns lying in the stores there. So we got permission to get one of those, and Toki's got authority for us to get 6-1 to remove the 6-pounder gun. Because, I mean, there's no ammunition for that. In any case, that ammunition doesn't work on modern tanks and so on. So in its place, we got a 90mm gun, like one that is fitted to the Eland 90 and the Ratel 90. And that was fitted onto the 6-pounder gun trail. Man, this was a potent anti-tank weapon. I mean, anti-tank guns like that have gone out of use in the world's armies long ago. They don't use them anymore. But this thing did work. It was good. But it had to be towed, and that was a problem. So you had to have a vehicle to tow it. And your problem is, if you want to move with that thing, you have to pack it up and then hook it up, and then you got to tow it. So it wasn't like the Ferret where you just kicked your clutch and you were gone. It wasn't like that at all. So there were disadvantages, but we tested it anyway, and we took it up to Madimbu as well, and it was towed by the Jakkals very successfully. It was towed by the Ferret as well. We also tested an eland up there, but in all the tests that we did, in mud, in steep hills, rocky terrain, thick bush, the Ferret outperformed the eland on all of those. It was just an excellent little vehicle. Of course, it's not much good against a tank mine. I mean, it would blow it into the sky if it hit a tank mine, but at least it gives you a bit of armor protection. You're protected against small arms fire, and you're protected, importantly, from shrapnel. So if the tank hits you, gives you a direct hit, you're not going to survive. That's for sure. But if a shell lands near you and explodes, and you're inside the Ferret, if it hits the armor, you're going to be able to get out of that. Your chances of survival are still good. It's not going to penetrate. The shrapnel's not going to penetrate that armor. So it was a valuable little addition, and it was found to be a great. So we got permission then to have enough of the Ferrets converted, and we fitted half of them with 106 recoilless guns, and the other half we fitted with Milan missiles, and they worked very well on it as well. And so the anti-tank company was now equipped with Ferrets, Ferret 106s and Ferret Milans, and we used these on numerous exercises, and they proved excellent. They were really a very good. Of course, it was old technology. I mean, the Ferret is a 1950s vehicle, so we knew it was obsolete technology. But compared to a paratrooper on his own with an RPG-7 facing tanks, this was a huge step forward. So we knew this was an interim thing. But should we be tasked for an operation, within a period of a year, we had produced. With a project, this normally takes much longer, but within a period of a year, we'd produced a whole company of anti-tank vehicles that could be utilized. Now, the problem was that you could only fit 2 Ferrets into a C-130 or C-160. So you were back with that problem. But the fact is that it was a force multiplier. It gave you a capability. You wouldn't be able to drop the whole company, but you could drop 2 or 4 Ferrets. And if you drop 2 106s and 2 Milans and put them down on the ground, you've had to use 2 aircraft, which is we can't really afford to do that. We only had 7 C-130s and 9 C-160s, and they were never all available because they were either being serviced or there weren't enough air crew or something. But between that, depending on what the task is that you had to carry out, you could at least put something viable on the ground. And so we were able to do very good exercises with those. So it was we didn't go further with the high velocity anti-tank gun, the towed gun. It just wasn't practical. We were both enthusiastic about it, but we realized it's not going to work. It requires the logistics around a towed gun are just too much for us. Then to get back to other aspects around the brigade headquarters, Archie Moore initiated a paratrooper symposium with one paraban, because one paraban and 44 para brigade were living in 2 different worlds. They were completely apart. And Archie, as a man who'd spent a lot of time at one parachute battalion, was very aware of this. And he really wanted to bring them closer together. The OC at one paraban at that stage was Colonel Chris LaRue, who was also a highly experienced paratrooper and a very, very strong leader. But for some reason, the brigade and the battalion hadn't been able to come together. the battalion was clinging to their status as the school, the parachute school, and the training unit for all paratroopers. And I think one paraben, certainly when some of the guys that I spoke to at one paraben, they saw 44 Para Brigade as a bit of a threat. Particularly when we became more and more involved at the brigade in operational things, because one paraben had an operational wing. They had the training wing and the operational wing, which were both battalions in their own right. And the operational wing was now conducting operations in the name of one paraben. And now we were getting involved in operations too. But the only operations that one paraben was doing, for some reason, those involved in operations and planning of operations at Army Headquarters, that's as far as their thinking went, was they were doing fire force type of operations in Sector 10 in Novemberland. And when there was a big operation, they would provide companies, often in a non-airborne role, but because they were very good troops and very aggressive troops, they were sought after troops by their commanders, and they used them extensively and so very successfully. But at the brigade, we were trying to focus on the primary role, which was airborne, trying to build up that capability. So Archie Moore and Chris LaRue were very good friends and knew each other very well. I mean, Chris LaRue had been his 2IC for quite a few years. And they knew each other very, very well. So Archie was able to persuade Chris LaRue of the importance of introducing a formal airborne battle handling course, because we felt that must be done by one parachute battalion. They are the school. They are the parachute school. They should do that. We can't do that at the brigade. And one parachute battalion agreed. So they held those courses, and they became a regular course being held by one parachute battalion. And we wanted both PF and CF officers to do this course. And that's is also what happened too. When the first few of the courses were held at one paraben, Archie Moore sent me down, and I presented a lot of the lectures at the course. And the courses went very well. And one paraben made their facilities available, and they had the beautiful lecture hall that they've got at the Parachute Training Center. And we had some very good courses that we ran there. I think they were very valuable, and they helped to get the thinking of the people aligned, and for them to work together towards the same sort of thing. But the problem that I had constantly, particularly with a lot of the junior officers, and you understand that with junior officers, because junior officers want to see action. They were happy when they had fire force operations to do. I wanted them to think beyond fire force and to think of bigger operations in the wider scheme of things, and independent parachute operations that have a strategic intent. That's a capability that other elements in the defense force, other than if your defense force has got Marines, they can think of independent operations of a strategic value, where they don't have to be supported by other ground forces. A lot of the junior officers, permanent force junior officers, they didn't really have time for this. They up to the rank of major even. They no. We only need infantry, and we do fire force operations, and we can help. We can do airborne operations in support of the ground forces, and that's fine. That's part of what paratroopers do. But they didn't want to think in terms of a balanced force, self-sufficient, able to carry out an independent operation. And it wasn't long before we were being asked to do exactly that. So, it wasn't the pie in the sky that I was talking about. Anyhow, the introduction of the airborne battle handling courses, I think, was a huge step forward that was carried out by both one paraben and 44 Para Brigade. And it's one of the things that we cooperated very well with. We called up 44 Anti-Aircraft Regiment for a training camp, and we tested various air defense systems for possible adoption by them. We were mostly restricted to East Bloc systems. So, we looked at, in terms of missiles, we looked at man-portable missiles. The only ones that we had access to with a SAM-7. We had access, strangely enough, to East Bloc items. Some of them were captured items during operations that we'd had, but they were actually, Arms Corps had channels through which they could acquire East Bloc weaponry. So we tested the ZPU anti-aircraft guns and that sort of thing. We looked at the 23 millimeter, the twin barrel 23 millimeter. We looked at the 14.5 inch, 14.5 millimeter anti-aircraft gun, both of which had to be towed, and both of which, even the 23 millimeter, the Yakos towed it with ease. Yakos had a powerful little engine. It was a small vehicle, but it had a very powerful engine for its size, and so it was able to do these sort of things. But the 23 millimeter was too big for the for paradropping. So we focused more on the SAM-7s and the 14.5 guns and for the anti-aircraft guns. We tested inflatable boats for the airborne engineers. We took them up to Mobiligwe, which is near Madimbu, up in the corridor up there, and we dropped them by parachute, and we tested them on the Nuanetsi Dam up there. And that was very successful. I mean, those boats, we could have used them anywhere, anytime, and it gave the engineers an extra ability for us crossing obstacles and things like that. Gave the air supply a lot of experience in how to prepare the things and dropping them and so on. I was very pleased on one occasion when, at a special regimental formal dinner that was held by 2 Parachute Battalion, I was presented with a certificate by the OC for services rendered to the unit 12 years earlier when I was a member of the unit. So that was something quite special to me, which I really appreciated. Obviously, having served for 4 years in 2 Parachute Battalion, since I was one of the officers who was in 2 Parachute Battalion when it was established, and I served with them for 4 years, and I did my first operational tour of duty with 2 Parachute Battalion. So it was a unit that I held a soft spot in my heart for 2 Paraban. But of course, I had to show neutrality with 2 and 3, with 3 and 4 Paraban there as well. So because I didn't have the same feeling for them, because I'd never served in either of them. And of course, the OC for 2 Paraban was a friend of mine, Jet van Sail. We'd been on course together, and we knew each other quite well. Then another thing that happened while I was at the brigade as the chief, as the SO1 ops, when I'd been at the academy, in my last year at the academy, my closest friend at the academy was an Air Force pilot by the name of Gary Barron. He was both a fighter pilot and a helicopter pilot, one of the few guys who specialized in both. And he'd done several tours of operational duty in Rhodesia, and he'd, masquerading as a Rhodesian and flying helicopters there. And he'd done lots of operational duty in Namibia as well. Now, he and I were at the academy together. We were very close friends. He was very interested in medals and decorations and that sort of thing. And he was approached by the curator of the Maritime Museum in Cape Town, Mac Bissett, who was a naval officer. And Mac asked him if he wouldn't be prepared to finish a book that a naval officer had been working on, and he'd left the country, and he was served in the Royal Navy for a while, and later I think he was with the Sultan of Oman's Land Navy and so on. Anthony Bateman. And he'd done a lot of work on this book, but there was probably more than half of it that still had to be finished. And so Gary Barron was an Air Force guy, came to me and said, "Wouldn't you like to join me with this and work on the book with me?" And so I agreed to it. And we were in our final year, so we couldn't give it too much attention at that stage. But we said, when we leave, wherever we're posted, we'll keep in touch and we'll work on the thing and so on. I don't think either of us anticipated just how busy we would be when we left. Gary was with various squadrons, and he eventually went and did a conversion course onto Mirages and then onto Buccaneers, and I was at one Parabon where I never had time for anything, and then I was in Spain, and I worked on it a bit while I was in Spain, and when I got back at the Army College, I did a bit more work with it, and he and I were able to get together and discuss things and so on. And we eventually got this book published. We'd been working on it for 8 years at that stage, and we got it published eventually, a book called South African Orders, Decorations and Medals. And we covered all the orders, decorations and medals in the military, in the police, in the correctional services, in national intelligence, all those. And we also went into the historical aspects and looked at other South African medals that had been awarded over the years. And then we did some little write-ups on individuals who'd been awarded some of the medals and their stories of why they were awarded it. And we wrote on how medals must be worn and the order of seniority of medals and all the rest of it. And it was a really nice book by the time it came out, and it was published by Iman and Rousseau in Cape Town, and it was a high quality book. When this came out, we made we tried to. Iman and Rousseau wanted us to really push the thing a bit, so we tried to make a big thing of it, and so we made appointments, and we presented copies of the book to the chief of the Army and the chief of the Navy and the chief of the Air Force and the chief of or the Surgeon General and the chief of the National Defence Force, who was Jannie Geldenhuys at that stage. And then we made an appointment to present a copy to the state president, P.W. Botha. And we went to see him in Tuinhuis and, in our uniforms, and presented him with a copy, and photos were taken and pictures in the papers and all the rest. And that book was, it was pretty much an authoritative, definitive book on South African. There were a few mistakes that we made in it, which I regret, but I'm afraid those things do slip through with these things. But generally, the reviews were very complimentary, and the book did pretty well. Of course, it's obsolete now. That was in 1986 that it was published. So it's obsolete now, but it's a valuable book from the point of view of its historical value, and the medals that we wrote about then, it still applies to those medals, even though they're no longer awarded and they've been replaced by other medals and so on. So that was a nice little aside, and we had traveled around a bit with that and publicized our book and so on. It had nothing to do with my being at the brigade, but it was something quite nice. And then there were something else. My Spanish language capabilities resulted in several duties that were totally unrelated to the activities of the brigade. Archimur would be contacted, and he'd say, "We need McGill Alexander to come and do this for us." And he would tell me that I must stop doing other things. I must focus on my work in the brigade. But he'd do it tongue in cheek, because he'd always let me go, and I'd always go and do these things, which was really nice, and I appreciate him giving me that little advantage. For instance, when the outgoing Chilean army attaché was invested with the Star of South Africa, the SSA, by the Minister of Defence, who was at that stage Magnus Milan, I was appointed to read the citation in English and in Spanish. So that was quite nice doing that, and being at this very Lani function with all the big shots and the diplomats and all the rest of it. Good opportunities for me to wear my Chilean Army commando insignia and wings and so on with my others. I didn't ask anybody for permission to do it. I just did it and nobody said anything, so it was fine. And then there was a visit that took place by the Chilean Army chief. He came out to South Africa on a formal visit, and so I was appointed as his interpreter, and my wife Anne as his wife's interpreter. And so we went along with them to a couple of functions and so on. When he'd give a speech, then I'd have to stand up there and to interpret it, his Spanish into English. And then, the minister or somebody would give a speech in reply, and then I'll have to stand there and translate or interpret his speech in English, or I don't know if it was in English or Afrikaans, but anyway, whatever it was he spoke, I'd have to interpret it then into Spanish. And I don't know how well it went, but nobody complained. So I suppose that, because I mean, it had been now been 2 or 3 years since my Spanish course in Spain. But as I say, when I left the course in Spain, I was speaking the language fairly fluently. So although I was starting to get a bit rusty, it worked out quite well. And then a couple of times I was recruited through Army Headquarters by Arms Corps. They wanted to go to South America, to certain countries in South America, on marketing visits and market their products. So I see if they could get contracts over there. So they had a whole marketing team, people for each of the products that they were, some vehicles and some of the guns and the rifles and the machine guns and mortars and all the sort of things that Arms Corps was making. They wanted to show these things off in South America, and so they needed somebody to do interpreting when they were speaking to the people, the South Americans, and to do the announcing when they had a demonstration, because they took all the stuff over there and then they'd have a big demonstration on one of the ranges by these people, and they would fire all the weapons, and then somebody would have to announce what it is and what its capabilities are and what you can do with it and how it can be employed. And so I was the sucker who was given this job, which I was immensely grateful for, because it took me over to countries I'd never been to before. And it was, the first one we went to was Colombia. And we spent almost a month in Colombia. And we did a demonstration for the armed forces, did another demonstration for the national police in different parts of the country. Then we had a lot of contact with the headquarters in Bogota, in the capital. But the ranges that we used for both those demonstrations were different parts of the country. So we traveled around in Colombia quite a lot. The Arms Corps representative for South America was there. He spoke reasonable Spanish, and he recruited a young Colombian girl as a sort of secretary. And she would have to do the translating of some of the documentation and so on. But she wasn't a military person, so she didn't understand. So then I'd have to sit with her and explain when she wanted to know what something was. I'd have to explain to her so she'd get the right terms and things right. So that was immensely interesting and very challenging. And what was very nice was that twice I went to Chile. Once when there were some of the guns that we had, when our artillery started developing, we got guns from Israel, which we used on an interim basis until our G5 and G6 and those things were ready to be used. So these were interim guns, but then we wanted to get rid of them after that, and so Chile expressed some interest, so we had to go across there and give presentations to their people and so on. So I went over with the director of artillery from Army Headquarters, Koos Loopsha, And I had to be the interpreter there again, and he spoke and told them all about the guns and so on. And I don't know whether they ever bought the things in the end, but anyhow, that was a relatively short visit. But the other visit I went to Chile was a full-scale on-score marketing, where they had, I don't know, they had about 12 or 15 people that went over in the team from the various weapon systems that they were trying to sell, and vehicle systems, and barbed wire system, and all sorts of things that they had. And that was held on the range right next to the Special Forces Parachute and Special Forces School, where I'd done my commando course. And this was some years later. So, most of the commandos that I had known that were on the staff there had now been transferred away, and they weren't there anymore. But there were a couple that I knew, and they came out to the demonstration. And some of the guys said, yeah, this is, we've never seen stuff like this before. And I said, you guys want to fire some of these anti-tank weapons? They said, yes, can you? And I said, yeah. I called the arms corps guys. I said, yeah, get some of your ammo and could you let these guys fire? And he said, no, I can't do that. And I said, no, you can do it. Trust me, you can do it. So then he let them fire. So they loved it. They enjoyed doing that sort of thing. So it was really very nice. And, they had a Bry, and they had a brigadier general who came out, and I chatted to him, and because all the arms corps guys couldn't speak Spanish, and they were enjoying the Bry, but anytime anybody wanted to say anything, somebody would have to interpret for them. So that's what I did. So it was it was a nice little interlude in all the other stuff I was doing at the brigade. Then the brigade had an annual water jump. Every year in about October, they'd have a water jump. It would normally be at the Roodeplaat Dam, just outside of Pretoria, which is a nice big dam. And we would get away with this water jump because it was, we turned it into a social event. But all paratroopers have to know how to land in water. And so it's good for them to do a rehearsal, and, a practice, so that they're clued up about this. But it's great fun jumping into the water. And so we would call up the guys, and we'd have a large number of paratroopers who come, and a lot of the old paratroopers, old and bold, they no longer got to military commitments. They're not jumping anymore. They're not doing military camps anymore, but they're enthusiastic about this sort of thing. So they would come along and they would attend. And we would give them some refresher training, and then they would be able to jump. And so and then we would have on the banks of the river of the dam, we would have a Bry, and we'd put up stalls, hot dog stalls and hamburger stalls and so on, and the guys would sell souvenirs, and families would come out, and the families would all watch the guys jumping, and then they'd all have the big party afterwards. So it was a big social event, and we had that every year in about October. The thing that I remember the most about the water jump is we would take off from either Waterkloof or Swartkops. Usually we used several Dakotas to do the water jump, because we'd only drop 4 people at a time. And the aircraft would just keep circling until it's finished dropping all the people, and then go back and fetch. And the next one would come and do it in the meantime. And later we did use the C-130s. And I remember doing a free fall water jump from the C-130s. And you're just wearing a T-shirt and a swimming costume, and you go out and fall down to the right level, open your parachute, and you're using the Rame high performance canopies, and you go into the water. It was great fun. But what I remembered about it, because it was in October, you'd take off over there, and then you'd fly to the Roodeplaat Dam, but you'd fly over the city of Pretoria, and you'd look down. And I usually jumped number 1, because the brigade commander would jump as a drifter, so that if he misses the dam, he must take the punch. So I never missed the dam, but I know of some other commanders who have, but I've never missed the dam. So I landed in every time. But anyway, I'd be right at the front. So I'd be right next to the door. And when we're flying over, we'd get, prepare for action and checks and so on. And I'm standing and waiting for action stations. But I'm standing at the door and looking out. And as we'd go over Pretoria, the jacarandas would be in full bloom. And Pretoria would just have this magnificent, mauve, purple carpet over the city. It was just magnificent. So it was just every year, that was something that I look forward to, seeing the wonderful view of the jacarandas. When I'd been at the brigade for about a year, I convinced Archie Moore, and I had no difficulty in convincing him, he was very happy to do that, that when the next of our battalions was called up for an operational deployment, we should combine it with a major airborne exercise. In other words, there's no extra costs involved. What we do is we do normal scheduled refresher parachute training, but then instead of them driving out by truck to the area where they're going to deploy, we arrange a whole airborne drop, and they fly over and they jump, and we do a little exercise there. Just a short exercise, but where we can test a whole lot of the things that I'd now been working on in the brigade. And it was a wonderfully economic way of carrying out an exercise like this. The director of training was very chuffed with that, because we didn't have to ask him for money. He didn't have to get annoyed with us because we want to have an exercise that we haven't scheduled, and now there's no budget for it, and now where do we think we're going to get the money from? There were times when I did that, but for this sort of thing, it wasn't necessary. So I wanted to test the concept of dropping a parachute battalion group. That's a battalion with other elements. In other words, a battalion with an artillery battery attached, or maybe an anti-tank element, maybe a section of the anti-tank company attached. Perhaps a section or a squadron of engineers to drop with them as well. Even an anti-aircraft troop and so on. All of these attached to the battalion, so that it's a more balanced force that you're putting on the ground. And now test the grouping procedures, test the command and control, test how, if we had to drop a parachute battalion group, how would we command it from the brigade's point of view? Because that was one of the big problems with Kasinga. At Kasinga, the brigade commander jumped with the battalion commander. That made absolutely no sense at all. I don't know why it was done, but for whatever reason it was done, and it caused a lot of problems on the ground. The brigade commander had been given explicit instructions, and they are in the archival documentation, the order that he received from Army Headquarters, that he must be in an airborne command post. But he decided to jump with the battalion commander, and that created all sorts of problems. So now, how is this airborne command post going to work? How are we going to make it work? It's a concept that had been developed by the French and that in Indochina, and they'd used it during the Suez operation when they dropped about 500 paratroopers, and they had a brigade commander in the airborne command post controlling what was going on the ground from the air, and very successfully. The Israelis used it during the Entebbe raid when they rescued those hostages. They had an airborne command post in the air. And the Rhodesians used it when they did the attacks on Chimoio and Tembue just 6 months before the Kasinga operation. So it's a concept that worked, but we didn't have it in place yet. So it was something that I really badly wanted to test. And Archie Moore was very happy to let me do this. So I worked out a series of exercises. I said, we've got to do these over the next few years or for a few months and maybe a year or more. And it must be incrementally more ambitious and based on the concept of a parachute battalion group, but testing these various things. And I wanted to call them the Screaming Eagle exercises. But Archie Moore vetoed that, because the Screaming Eagles is the American 101st Airborne Division. He said, no. He said, you call it the Iron Eagle exercise. It's not the Screaming Eagle exercise. So it became exercise Iron Eagle 1, 2, and 3. And then I did another one after I became the brigade commander. Exercise Iron Eagle 1 turned out to be the largest drop of troops and equipment in a single lift ever done in South Africa. The largest. It was a magnificent exercise, and it was short. It only went as far as the point after grouping, because then the troops had to go and deploy in their on the border with Botswana. So we didn't have the time to have a long exercise. But the stuff that takes place after they've landed and grouped, we already knew how that worked, and we knew how it could be implemented. So that wasn't what concerned me. What concerned me was, how do we do the airborne side of it, and how do we do it effectively and properly, based on the mistakes that have been made in the past, and how we're going to correct them. And so this is what we did. We used 3 Parachute Battalion. They were due to deploy for 60 days. And we went and did a reconnaissance in the Batavia area. Batavia was a base very close to the Botswana border, from where they would be operating when they were deployed along the border. And we liaised with the farmers there, and we got our DZs which we wanted to use, and sorted all of that out, because we needed a big DZ for what we were planning. I went through a formal operational planning cycle with the brigade staff, where we planned the exercise in tremendous detail. I drew up a proper command appreciation for Archimwe to give, and we went through the whole planning cycle process. Then we issued formal orders, brigade orders, to the battalion commander. He was called up, and he came along and got his orders, and the other elements that were taking place, all given their necessary orders. And then we did some rehearsals and tests. We couldn't do a full-scale rehearsal because the troops, of course, they were called up on, I think, the Friday. The Saturday we issued them with they were called up, they reported on the Friday, they were issued with all the equipment and so on. The Saturday we did parachute refresher training with them. They were issued with their orders and so on. And the Sunday or the Monday, I can't remember, they flew in and did the drop. So, we wasted the minimum amount of time because they had to be deployed. But we were able to test an amazing number of things. And what we did in the rehearsals beforehand, we looked at grouping methods, and we tested some grouping methods with small groups. And then when we gave the orders to them, these were the methods that we told them to use. We looked at aerial resupply methods. We were working on something at that stage called bladders. They were rubber tanks that you could fill with fuel or water. And you could toss them out of the aeroplane at, I can't remember, 300 feet or something. No parachutes, you just toss these things out. And they fall down and they bounce on the ground, and you go and recover them, and you've got your water or your fuel. So it was a very good system, a very cheap, easy, quick system to utilize. You couldn't get large amounts, but you could resupply a company quite easily. You could resupply even a battalion if you had enough bladders and enough aircraft. We looked at a project that we were working on for the pathfinders called Project Chase. That was a cargo parachute, a free-fall cargo parachute that would drop, it would go out of the aircraft with the pathfinders, and it had an automatic opening device. And at the right height, it would automatically open, and then that parachute could be steered at a distance remotely by the pathfinders, could be steered to land where you wanted to, and the pathfinders could land there, and they've got their additional kit. They don't have to jump with it, particularly when the pathfinders have to put directional beacons on the ground and homing devices, and these things are bulky, and they've got enough stuff they've got to carry themselves, and all the kit required for marking a DZ and so on. And if they're going in by free fall, you've got to have a free fall means of getting that sort of stuff to them. So this project we were working on, and it was quite advanced at that stage. And so we tested that a few times, and we felt it was good enough to use for the actual exercise. And then we tested the concept of the Airborne Command Post. And with the Air Force, with 44 Squadron, we got one of the Dakotas, which we equipped with additional radios and so on, and put up map boards inside it, and we could put photographs, aerial photographs up, and codes and various other things, and we could operate from inside of this aircraft. When the troops came, we did the refresher training at Murray Hill. When the Citizen Force troops arrived, we inserted the pathfinders at night by free fall. We inserted 3 6-man teams and 2 of those chase cargo loads that we went out with them as well. And this was all done at night. I went along with the aircraft to watch how the whole thing was carried out, and the drop went very safely. It went very well. The guys grouped on the ground. They got their chase stuff together, and they reported that all was fine, and we flew back to Waterkloof. And then a day or two, I think the following day, the main force went in. We had 18 aircraft for the exercise. There's never been an exercise with 18 transport aircraft like that before. 8 of them were C-130, C-160s, and 10 of them were Dakotas, C-47 Dakotas. And so we used this force to go in. We had 500 troops that we dropped. We dropped 2 ferrets, 2 Jakkals vehicles. The Jakkals wasn't yet in full production, so we didn't have very many of them. So we dropped 2 Jakkals. We dropped 120 and 81 millimeter mortars. We dropped engineer equipment. We dropped ammunition. And we had 2 airborne command posts. The one was the main airborne command post, and the other one was the alternative. We had 1 aircraft, 1 Dakota, which simulated an airborne reserve to be called in by the brigade commander when and if it was necessary. And the exercise went magnificently. When they jumped, as soon as they landed, the battalion commander made contact with the brigade commander. The brigade commander was still in contact with the pathfinders. He kept the battalion commander informed as to what the situation was. The battalion commander got his group together, his battalion group together. They de-rigged all the cargo. We have some magnificent pictures of dropping all the cargo and all the paratroopers going down. It was really an excellent exercise. When the brigade commander was happy that everything was under control, he selected a spot to land. In fact, he didn't select the spot, I selected it. He said to me, "Okay, McGill, we're ready to jump. Find a place for us to go down." So I knew more or less where I wanted to go. And I said to the pilot, "Go down, I'll tell you where to drop us." And I leaned over in the cockpit and said to him, "That fence running along there, that's your running point along there. You go along that, and when you get in line with those buildings that you see in the bush over there, give us a green light." So he said, "Right." And so we went out, and we'd had to borrow some dispatchers from one paraben, and we had in our aircraft we had 1 dispatcher. We didn't want to have more than that because we had so much stuff that we had in there for the headquarters. So Jakkals, who was with us as well, he was the jumping number 2. He was the number 2 dispatcher. And after the last man was out, he went out as well. And then the remaining dispatcher pulled the bags in, and the aircraft went back. And everything that we had in the aircraft that we wanted to, on the ground, to have the brigade headquarters function on the ground, we carried on our own persons as we went out the door. And then we landed, set up everything. And from the moment that we were ready, when we were busy preparing to jump, we were preparing for action, and we were fitting parachutes. Well, we had our parachutes on already, but when we were fitting the reserve parachutes and going on, then alternative command post took over. And they watched what was going on the ground, and kept in contact with the brigade, the battalion commander, so that throughout he was in contact with his higher headquarters. And after we'd landed and we'd made contact with him, then the alternative HQ, who was the rest of the main tactical HQ we had, they jumped and joined us on the ground. And once we'd set up communication with everybody, the exercise ended, and then the guys came back and they had to go off to deploy. And we had a stack of journalists there and photographers, and they all took photos, and we briefed them about the whole thing. And it was a great success. And, you know, we really were moving with this whole thing now. Exercise Iron Eagle 2 would have been the same sort of thing in the northern part of the Transvaal, up in far north. And I'd done all the preliminary planning for it. And now we were going to test more advanced things and try and do a bit more with this exercise with one of the other parachute battalions. But what happened was I was sent to South America for three weeks or so. It was a trip to Colombia, and Archie Moore decided that the brigade staff weren't doing the planning and to his satisfaction while I was away. So he cancelled the exercise. He said he's not going to take any chances. He wants me on the ground to sort out the stuff. So I was sorry about that, because I would have been back in time for the exercise, but I wouldn't have been there for all the run-up and the planning. So exercise Iron Eagle 2 didn't take place, but Iron Eagle 3 did, and we did that at Murray Hill. And it was not part of a deployment. We had a scheduled exercise that was going to take place, and we had a camp, a training camp, that 2 parachute battalion was going to attend. And so they were called up, and they came for the exercise. We did intensive training with them. We did some rehearsals with them. The pathfinders were dropped again, but we did all of this at Murray Hill, so that we had complete control over it. And this was going to be the culminating of the 3 exercises that I planned. We were going to test some of and I was going to be focusing in this one a lot on the air supply, because now our Jakkalses were available, and we had the ferrets available, and we had 600 troops for this one, but we couldn't drop them all in one lift. The Air Force couldn't give us enough, because the Air Force still had operational commitments up in northern Southwest Africa and in Angola and so on. So they could only give us a certain number of aircraft. So we had to do the drop in 3 lifts, but it was a night drop, not a day drop. But we dropped 600 troops. We dropped 50 tons of equipment, including 16 vehicles. They did a night march of 12 kilometers and then a first light attack. And then they had to take up defensive positions and ward off an attack, a counterattack. And then they had to do a link up with a force that was going to extract them. Unfortunately, the exercise had an air supply disaster where 3 of the cargoes that were dropped malfunctioned. The parachutes malfunctioned, or the cargo, they used the wrong platform, and the platform broke. 2 ferrets were written off, completely written off. And a whole lot of mortar ammunition and mortar tubes and other equipment sights and so on were damaged, and some of that had to be written off as well. So it was a bad exercise from that point of view, but it had a very positive effect, because as a result of that, the chief of staff logistics, General, now promoted to General, was General Mortimer, and the heavy drop capability fell under the logistics section of Army Headquarters. And so he convened a board of inquiry, and as a result of the board of inquiry, the Citizen Force Air Supply Capability, 101 Air Supply Company, was transferred to 44 Parachute Brigade, under command of 44 Parachute Brigade. And the heavy drop capability that was at the logistic command, it was transferred to 44 Para Brigade as well. So we made it an air supply wing, and ultimately we combined it with the 101 Air Supply and made a 101 Air Supply unit. So that's what happened there. So that was the big exercises that we did, airborne exercises, and they were very successful in many ways. And we went a long way towards developing a better doctrine, testing the doctrine that Jos Rabie had made, and changing it when necessary, confirming the parts that worked well. And I compared it all to the Spanish doctrine and to other stuff that I'd managed to get hold of. But at the same time, while this was all going on, I had realized that the brigade was not doing an annual planning cycle for what they were going to do the next year. So I spoke to Archimur about it, and he said, well, go ahead and do it. So we introduced the annual planning cycle to plan for the year ahead. And what I did was I arranged that for a week, we would take all the brigade staff. We basically closed the brigade down. Take all the brigade staff except the HQ unit. They'd stay behind and keep things ticking over at the base. But the rest would come away to some resort or military base in the mountains or somewhere, and we would do a week-long planning cycle where we would plan exactly what we're going to do for the next year. And that was very, very good, very successful. One little aside that we did was we paid a visit to the Special Forces of the Transkei Defence Force, the TDF. Derek Ngwebi, who was the officer commanding the Transkei Special Forces, who was a lieutenant colonel, and I met him there for the first time. I was also a lieutenant colonel. In later years, after integration, I served under him. He was a lieutenant general in charge of joint operations. So, I was under his command. But he was a very, very professional, very good soldier. We were sent to assist them with their special forces training. We were tasked by Army Headquarters, the brigade, to assist Transkei Special Forces with their training. So after we'd held discussions with them, I said to Archimur, I think I know what we can do here. And so I took the program that I'd followed in Chile for their special forces training. And I drew up that whole program in detail with a few modifications here and there. And we discussed that with them, and they said, that's great. We're happy to take that. Interestingly, we were also tasked by military intelligence that we must prepare well, they didn't task us, but they briefed us on it. We were tasked by Army Headquarters that we must prepare a contingency plan while we are there. Should things turn antagonistic from the TDF, and they try to take over, because the South African diplomatic staff were in a special compound just outside of Mthatha, very close to the airport. And they said, we're going to have to evacuate those people. But if it turns nasty, then you people, we want 44 Para Brigade to prepare a contingency operation where they can be dropped in to ensure the safety of those people so that they can all be evacuated. And then whatever elements we use from 44 would be evacuated last. Okay, so I really don't know whether the TDF actually used the stuff that I gave them, because at that stage the political issues in Southern Africa were picking up, and for South Africa it was coming to a head, and big changes were close by, and this was really the support that the TDF gave to MK, enabled MK to really do probably some of the bigger operations that they actually did embark on, because on the whole they were pretty much prevented from doing that. The particularly the security police and the control that South Africa politically had over the neighbors in Southern Africa prevented them from playing any bigger role than that. But you know, that was just a little aside. The visit to the Transkei, it was a pleasant interlude, and it was nice to go there. And you know, I met some nice people there, and I met up with them again later when we were all serving in the SANDF. What I also want to say is that the brigade never had any large involvement in the Southeast Angolan battles that were taking place around about this time. The operations Hooper, Modular, and Packer that were taking place. The fighting around the Lomba River and the Cuito-Carnaval and that sort of thing. The brigade was not involved in that as such, but we did call up a battery of artillery from 18 Light Regiment, as well as our pathfinders that we called up, not all of them, but some of them, and we sent them up and they participated. So there was involvement by the brigade, but it was very limited, and the Brigade Headquarters was not involved in any way in that. But there was another operational role that the brigade had that few people know about, and that it involved our pathfinders and our dispatchers. And we would call them up at very short notice to participate. And it was usually an overnight task. We'd call them up, they'd report that afternoon at, say, about 5 o'clock. So they'd leave work early and come out to the brigade and report there. And then we'd use them for the night, and we'd be back before it got light the next morning. And by 8 o'clock, they could be back at work. So they could carry out an operational task for us just overnight. And maybe lose an hour with this side and that at work, and for the rest, people wouldn't even know that they had been busy, except for the fact that they would be exhausted because they hadn't slept all night. What we were called on to do was to provide protection elements to aircrew and dispatches for members of resistance movements who were trained by Military Intelligence's Special Task School. Which had been, established and initially run by Jan Breitenbach after he left the brigade. But what would happen was that our pathfinders would be allocated to the aircraft that had to carry this thing out. And what happened was these guys were trained. They might come from UNITA or from Renamo or from certain other countries as well that we were training resistance members for. And they would have to return to the country that they came from. And they found that one of the easiest ways to do this was to drop them by parachute. So after they'd been trained to do all the things that they had to do, they were given a short parachute course. They did, I don't know, 2 or 3, maybe 5 jumps, just to get the feel of it. And that would all be done up in the Caprivi where the Special Task School was. And Military Intelligence had their own turboprop Dakota that they used for parachuting, and they would let the guy jump. But that Dakota wouldn't be suitable for the big returns when they go to take these guys back, because of the range involved and so on. And then what they do is these guys would be brought to Pretoria under great secrecy. They'd be loaded into a C-130 aircraft, and there'd always be at least 2 C-130s. And then they would fly them back during the night to wherever they have to go, and they'd have to jump, and they'd be left there, and the aircraft would return. Often they'd have a whole air supply pallet that would be dropped by means of pleds at the same time. that provided them with a whole lot of extra, I don't know what it was, no idea what was in there. It might have been rifles and ammunition, it might have been food, it might have been, I don't know, it could have been anything. But these pallets of cargo would be dropped with them as well. We never knew anything about the detail. We were just told that we've got to send a pathfinder group to provide security. They would fly in the aircraft in case the aircraft had to go down and do a forced landing. Then they would be on hand to protect the crew until such time as a rescue attempt could be go out and they could be recovered. The dispatchers had to obviously just dispatch these guys who were now returning. Sometimes South Africans would go with them, would jump with them. They're going to deploy with them down on the ground, and then we would dispatch the South Africans as well. Normally it was done out of the ramp, the rear ramp of the C-130, because if there was cargo, it would be dropped through the rear ramp. So the DZ would normally be lit up by fires, and the aircraft would fly over and drop the cargo, and then do a circuit and come in again, and then the guys who were jumping would drop. And yeah, so that's what happened. And I wanted to go along on one of these to see what it was all about. Ochimwa wouldn't allow me to. He said, no, I'm not, I don't, there's no point in going along if you know you're not playing any role in the thing. And if one of those aircraft go down, then we've lost you. And so I'm not allowing you to go. And then at one stage, Ochimwa was on leave, and I was acting brigade commander. And we got this message from military intelligence to say, you know, tomorrow night there's a drop. You got to provide 2 aircraft, provide the necessary dispatches and pathfinders. So I did so, and I included myself as a dispatcher. And so I went along with the guys, and it was a very interesting little overnight operation, because we would get together at Waterkloof Air Base. All the guys would be brought in a truck, which was a civilian truck, and they would get out. Nobody would have seen them arrive. They would be taken into a hangar. They would get out in the hangar. They'd be given a meal, and then they'd have to fit their parachutes and prepare. Because it was a very long flight, they normally didn't actually fit the parachutes before they took off. The parachutes would be loaded in, and they'd fit the parachutes in the aircraft when they got closer to where they were going to. And then we took off, and we flew from there, from Waterkloof, with the 2 C-130s down to the Air Force Base in Durban, which was at the Louis Botha Airport, which doesn't exist anymore, but that they'd land there, and they'd refuel. The guys would be dressed in like brown overalls, and then they'd get out and be able to go to the loo and so on at the Air Force Base at Louis Botha, and in the dark, and then you have to get back in again. And then we take off from Louis Botha, and they'd fly out to sea, way out over the ocean. And the guys would sit around sleeping. And eventually they would wake them up and say, okay, get ready. They'd take off all these brown overalls, and they'd dress in the old Rhodesian camouflage. And I mean, Rhodesia didn't exist anymore in those days. This was, you know, this was 1987, around about there, 87, yeah. Might have been 88, I don't know. But anyway, so they'd now dress in this Rhodesian camouflage, and get their rifles and so on, and fit their parachutes. None of them, they hadn't been trained to jump with equipment, so they didn't have PWCs or rucksacks and so on like that. They just themselves with the parachute. Some of them had little packets of stuff they'd bought that they would try and strap on to the parachute when they want to. But most of their stuff was all in the big platform that was going to be dropped. And then the aircraft would make a turn right out over the Indian Ocean. and then head back towards Mozambique. And we crossed the border, crossed the coast, and flew to the Gorongosa crater area. And the air crew navigated us directly to where they were, picked up the fires that were indicating the DZ. We all sat back and waited for the cargo to go out. And when it went out, then we had to get these guys ready to prepare for action. And the aircraft did a circuit around and then came in for a second run-in the dark. And we dispatched these guys over the tailgate. And then we flew back out into the sea, over the sea, and did another wide circle around, came in. They landed again at Louis Botha and refueled, and then we flew back to Waterkloof, and it was just sort of getting light when we arrived back at Waterkloof. And that's the way the operation went. But it was interesting from various points of view. I mean, one, these guys were not accustomed to jumping, and now they're jumping under operational conditions. And, when they because the cargo had been dropped, the roller system was on the ground at the back, and these guys had to now step in the dark and avoid standing on the roller system. And if they did, then their feet shot up and they landed on their backsides, and they'd go spinning along the roller system towards the end of the ramp, where you just have to guide them out and over the ramp. Some of them would fall and sit on the end of the ramp in their concern about jumping, and you'd have to help them over and chuck them out. And, so it was interesting from the dispatcher point of view. I remember at the briefing that we had, the final briefing they gave us at Waterkloof, the intelligence guy said, "Look, there are MiGs at Beira. We think they're not operational, and we don't think the pilots fly at night anyway, so they shouldn't be a problem, but just know that there are MiGs at Waterkloof." And I remember when we did this turn to come in for the second run-in, and we were busy getting these guys ready and, giving them their final checks and giving them action stations and bringing them over closer to the ramp, and holding on to them, and we were holding on to them on the ramp, and the aircraft was turning, and I looked out of the ramp and I saw this light, and this light was moving at an incredible speed, moving across, and I thought, shucks, that can only be a jet. It must be a MiG. And I thought, oh shucks, now we're in trouble. They're going to shoot us down here. And then I realized that light's not moving. It's a star, and the aircraft is turning so sharply that I looked out and I saw the star, and the star looked as though it was moving, but it was actually the aircraft that was moving. So that was a big relief when I realized that. So anyway, that was an interesting little aside that I managed to go on one of those. I didn't even tell Archie that I'd gone, when he came back. So he didn't have to know about that, because nothing had gone wrong. So the brigade was also increasingly tasked to provide battalions for internal deployments in the townships. Eventually, the Defence Force was stretched to the extent that non-infantry units were being deployed for this task. And we had to deploy 18 Light Regiment to do township duty as infantry, the artillery regiment. We even at one stage had to make up a composite battalion of all the supporting arms. We had loggies and we had tiffies and we had all sorts of other guys, clerks and cooks and all the rest that were dealt into this composite battalion that we put together. We had to give them some training at the brigade, and then they were sent off to go and do township duty. So the township duty was, the Defence Force was taking a lot of strain because of what they had to, the numbers that they had to deploy. And I must say, I didn't enjoy that. I wasn't happy with us deploying in the townships. I didn't regard it as soldiering. I didn't think it was a job for soldiers to do. Anyway, it interfered with the planning the development that I wanted to have taking place within the brigade. But then something happened in the brigade that was very exciting, and threw a whole new light on the concept of airborne operations. In September 1987, I was appointed as the project officer for Project Telljoy. Now, what happened is that the army had decided, given the developments in the war, and the fact that the countries from which these guys were operating, specifically Angola, had such a long coastline, with a number of harbors on that coastline, the army decided that they needed to develop an amphibious capability. And I was, for my sins, identified as the project officer to develop this capability. What they also had decided was that because of the light equipment that the paratroopers use, and the fact that we are not likely to ever deploy our whole parachute brigade as a brigade, because we just don't, in an airborne role, because we just don't have enough aircraft, that we should also start, as we develop the capability, 44 Parachute Brigade was identified as the formation that must convert and cross-train to also be able to do amphibious operations. So the paratroopers now had to be able to do both airborne and amphibious operations. But this was a project I had to now start from scratch. We had to get it going from scratch. The Navy had been consulted with us, and the Navy were very excited about it. They really wanted to get something like this going. They had the Marines, but the Marines were a relatively small organization, and they didn't really have the training to carry out a large-scale amphibious operation. Neither did they have the manpower, because the Marines that they had were used, most of them in harbor security and things like that. But the Navy, just to test the capabilities that they had, decided that they were going to hold a limited amphibious exercise in Saldanha Bay. This was in April '88. And it was to be done with the SAS Tafelberg being used as an amphibious assault ship, and the Marines would be used. And they would do day and night landings using the landing craft that the Navy had. They had the D-80, the Delta boats, which they used as an amphibious assault craft. And the Tafelberg had been modified to carry 6 of these D-80 landing craft. And it had the davits and so on fitted so they could be launched from the ship, and then they could make their own way to shore. Now, these landing craft were all manned and run by Marines. And there was a specific Marine organization called the ABS, the Amphibious Boat Squadron, which was responsible for the boats. And they were highly trained in using it. And they'd worked with special forces who had an amphibious capability. But now the Army was looking at a much bigger amphibious capability. And this was a wonderful exercise. When we went on it, I managed to persuade one paraban to send someone. My old 2IC, Herbie Poss, he was a commandant by then, he came along. And I took our logistics, SO1 logistics, and the SO1 training. We'd recently recruited Marius Ellis, who was a former paratrooper who'd been in the mechanized forces. And he was a very good friend of mine. He'd actually been my son at the military academy in the system that we used over there. And so Marius came along, and he'd also been with 71 Brigade for some time, so he had experience at brigade level. And the four of us went down, 4 or 5 of us went down to Saldanha, and we participated. And I had a job with these guys because the Navy have got a lot of traditions of their own and a lot of customs that they follow. and very particular about uniform and certain things, and when you wear what uniform. And I had to get these guys to behave themselves when they're on. Well, they're not a rough bunch of paratroopers now. They've got to show respect to the Navy. And I battled with some of them. I took Yakos as well, Yakos Jacob. But we managed to attend the exercise and not to offend the Navy in any way. The captain of the Tafelberg was in charge of this exercise, Eric Green. He was a captain, so a naval captain, so he was a rank higher than me. But he and I got on very well together. Many people told me that he was a very difficult man, but I really got on very well with him. And after that, I went back and I drew up a whole lot of SOPs and various things that we could do from this, ideas of training that we could do and so on. And I was still busy with this when suddenly Archie Moore came into my office, and he said to me, you and I have got to go up to Ondangwa, to Oshakati, to Bomberland. So I said, what for, sir? He said, no, there's a big planning session on the go, and they want us up there from the airborne point of view. So we did. We flew up to Ondangwa and then Oshakati, and it was Operation Faction which was being planned. There'd been a sort of a ceasefire established in terms of the Southeast Asian or Southeast Angolan operations, Quito Carnival dilemma or controversy. And the South Africans were going to be withdrawing from that part of the area, but the concern that lay with South Africa at this stage was that the Cubans had their 50th division, which was their elite division, which they now brought to Angola, and they were north of Uvambuland and more or less poised to attack from southern Angola into Uvambuland. So Op Faction was a plan that was going to be put in place, and forces were going to be brought in to back this plan. Op Faction was the action that South Africa would take to prevent any attack by the Cubans. And for this, a division was established. We didn't use one of the existing divisions because they would have to mobilize the citizen force to come up. This was going to be a full-time division manned by permanent force and national servicemen. And it was called 10 Division because it was in Sector 10, Sector 10. So it was called 10 Division, 10 SA Division. And it was allocated forces, 6-1 mech, 4-SI, which was also mechanized, additional armored elements, all sorts of infantry battalions were brought in, 32 Battalion, 101 Battalion, all of these were brought in. And this quite a powerful division was established. And while all this was going on, the planning had to take place. So in Oshakati, in this big hall, we came together there, and the planning started from how we are going to handle this thing, should the division decide to attack. And we were given intelligence briefings, and we were told what the Cubans had there and how they were logistically supported and all the rest of it. And then Commandant Chris Serfontein was now the OC of Sector 10, and he was appointed as the he was a brigadier at that stage. Brigadier Chris Serfontein. He was the same man that we'd done operations with when I was a captain, when he was a commandant at Sector 10. So he was very experienced in the operational situation, spent a lot of time over there. And appointed as his chief of staff for this was Roland de Vries, who was still a colonel at that stage. And so the planning began, and Roland sort of ran the planning cycle. We were just there, Archie and I were just there to give any inputs from an airborne side should such things arise, such needs arise. And there was a massive planning group that was put together there. And when the plans were drawn up, they had to be presented to Chief of the Army and a number of other people. And later that would have to be presented to Chief of the Defense Force. Chief of the Army at that stage was Kurt Liebenberg. And Kurt Liebenberg was, he was very aware of the delicate situation that we were in, the sensitive situation that we were in. Many of the guys doing the planning weren't quite aware of that. So some of them had very aggressive ideas of what we were going to have to do. And Roland had to sort of moderate these sort of things and so on. Because Chris Serfontein, he was the officer commanding 10 Division, but he was also at the same time still officer commanding Sector 10. So he had a separate organization, staff running the counterinsurgency operation in Ovamboland. But all of these guys who'd been brought in were doing the planning for 10 Division. And this Cuban division was deployed up in just sort of north of Zangongo, in that sort of area. And when I was looking at this lot, and I said that I said to Archie, well, I said, but sir, the Cubans are getting, that 10 divisions getting all their logistic support through the port of Namib. It's not coming overland through Angola. Everything's coming through Namib. And then it's taken up the Liber Pass or by the railway line, and it's taken into to the operational area where the Cubans are deployed. I said, if we can destroy the capability of Namib as a port, then 10 Div can't move. They can't do anything. They can't get replenished. They'll only move a short distance, and that'll be the end of it. So Archie said, that sounds feasible. So he called Roland and spoke to him, and so Roland said, okay, prepare something. Prepare what you got in mind. So I sat down there. Then Archie said to me, you're the guy who knows what the amphibious capability is. You know the airborne things. Let's get a plan out of you. So I sat down there and I worked. And this thing was extending over about a week or more. I can't remember the whole planning. So I had a bit of time, and and I worked on this, and I made phone calls here and there, and I got information, and we didn't have things like Google and so on in those days. So you had to rely on your own experience and any people that you could speak to. And I managed to work out what I thought was a pretty reasonable plan. And the plan that I did, and Archie was very happy with it. He really liked it. And the plan that I had was that we have a battalion group, a parachute battalion group, that we employ to attack Namib. And we divide it into two sections, an airborne section and a amphibious section. And the two sections are taken by their respective means of transport. They're placed on the shore to the south of Namib in the desert. They link up, and then they move up to Namib, and it's all done at night. And they do a first light attack on Namib. And I had detailed photographs and information about Namib and all the deployments of the troops in Namib. The actual soldiers that were deployed there were pretty second to third grade level. They weren't really top troops by any means. But there were some aircraft deployed there. But they thought that they wouldn't fly at night. They didn't know for sure. But there was a chance that those aircraft would fly. But they weren't the top flight fighters. The top fighters were deployed where the actual fighting had been going on. And unfortunately, they had a lot of radar over there. So the radar was given to us, and just the distances and so on. And it was clear that the airborne force would have to jump some distance from Namib, and then they'd have to move forward. But for the operation, we would look at as many helicopters as possible, from 2 helicopters from Tafelberg, and if Drakensberg was available, we'd have at least another 1 or maybe 2 helicopters from them as well. Anyway, all the detail of this amphibious airborne combined operation was, I won't say all the detail, but enough was worked out. And then we presented it to Roland. He was, okay with it, but he was more concerned with confronting the division here. What are we going to do here? This sort of thing. So he didn't place too much store on it at that stage. And Chris Serfontein was also not very interested at all. So, it didn't look as if our plan was going to get much support by Tender. And anyway, then the Kurt Liebenberg arrived, and he had, brigadiers and generals from the Air Force as well, and from the medics, and they were all getting together there and to listen. And so Roland did the exposition of the whole bigger plan. And Kurt Liebenberg, as he was inclined to do, no, he doesn't agree with this. You got to rather do that. You got to replan this. You got to do that. And so the guys did replanning and so on. In the meantime, I went to Chris Serfontein. No, I went to Archie Moore, and I said to him, look, they're so worried about this big plan, the defense that they're planning here. Nobody's worrying about our plan. We're not even going to get a chance to tell Kurt Liebenberg about this. So he went to speak to Chris Serfontein, and Chris Serfontein said, no, that's not important now. We got to do that. We got to focus on this. We got to get approval for what we want to do here, first of all. So I said to him, sir, I think you've got a direct access to Chief of the Army. You as the brigade commander, I think you must ask him whether he's prepared to listen to us. So Archie Moore did, and he went and spoke to Kurt Liebenberg. Kurt Liebenberg said, yes, I want you to brief me. So he sat down there all on his own, and Archie sat with him, and I had to give a briefing of the plan and how I saw that the feasibility of this particular operation. He sat and he listened, and I knew I'd been in other briefings with Kurt Liebenberg. He never accepts anything that you do. He's always got to change everything. Yeah. So I knew I was going to get and he listened to my whole plan, and he at the end of it, he looked at the maps and so on for a long time. And then he said, I want you to go back to Pretoria. I'll get permission for you to get staff officers from the Navy and the Air Force. And I want you to do a detailed planning of this as a contingency plan. And it must get urgency. Yeah, I nearly fell on my back. But he'd obviously grasped the importance of cutting them off at the port. He could see that if they did that, then there wouldn't be any invasion from Angola by Tender, because Tender wouldn't be able to move without the logistic support. And he fully appreciated that. I think he looked as though he was a little wary of the plan. Is it really so feasible? And that's why he said he wants the Air Force and the Navy to give their inputs in this thing. So we went back, and the op faction then sort of it sort of died, and a new one, Op Handbag, came into play. And Op Handbag was going to be a more aggressive one. If it looked as though they were going to invade, we were going to cross the border first, and we were going to go for them. So these guys who were working on the op faction thing, they then had to do replanning for op handbag. But we were informed that our operation was going to be a sub-operation of handbag, and it would be known as Operation Kwefuel or Grey Luri. So we held a planning cycle at our headquarters in Murray Hill, a massive planning cycle. I called up certain of the citizen force staff officers, including Lou Gerber, our SO1 intelligence and so on. And we got additional people from one paraben, and we got a huge contingent from the Navy and from the Air Force, and we did a joint planning cycle. It was the most impressive planning cycle that I've ever run, because as the Archie said to me, "You're the chief of staff for this operation. I'm going to be the commander. You're the chief of staff. You do the planning and present it to me." And so we did that, and it was the biggest planning cycle, joint planning cycle that I'd ever run, and it was a fantastic planning cycle. But one of the things that emerged from it was that we were going to have a parachute battalion group on permanent standby, have it ready, waiting to go. So while all this was going on, I got other arrangements that I made through Archie with one paraben, and we did call up. So we established 14 parachute battalion group, and we got one of our citizen force battalion commanders, Jet Van Sale, who was 2 paraben commander, called him up and appointed him as the commander of 14 parachute battalion group. And we had several companies from one paraben, and then we had other companies that were called up from our citizen force parachute units, and they would be available on a rotational basis for maybe 60 days. We call them up, and then after 60 days we'll have to replace them with another company and so on. But the national service paratroopers from one paraben, they would be available all the time. And 14 parachute battalion group had to be based at Murray Hill, so they could move straight to Waterkloof to be deployed to wherever they have to. And so this was quite a unique arrangement, because it consisted of permanent force, citizen force, and national servicemen, all in the one battalion group. We had artillery, we had engineers, we had everything, and I had a separate group of people working out how they were going to keep 14 paraben group permanently ready to be used should this operation have to take place. And then I get a phone call from Kurt Liebenberg, Chief of the Army. I always remember that phone call. I was sitting in my office working on something, and we'd done all our planning. We'd done the planning cycle. The Navy had gone home and the Air Force had gone home, and they were all very excited about this plan. The Air Force were concerned because their aircraft were going to be at risk, and they couldn't fly from Ondangwa. They didn't have enough holding time for the Mirages to fly all that way and then still hold over the area to keep the other aircraft at bay. And they were frightened that those other aircraft could shoot down some of the C-130, C-160 aircraft. But anyway, those C-130, C-160 aircraft were going to be taking off from Walvis Bay, and they were going to be flying up along over the sea, and then come in from the coast, from the sea onto the coast to drop them, and turning over back before they were being picked up by radar, and flying at low level where they had to, and all the rest. All worked out by the Air Force, by the Navy, and so on. And Kurt Liebenberg phones me and he says to me, "Mac, because now we've been told we have to do a rehearsal for this. And the rehearsal has got to be in the form of an exercise. And this exercise, the Navy had already planned a big exercise called Magersfontein, when they had almost the whole of the Navy was due to go and do this. And this was going to be up off the coast of Namibia, Southwest Africa. And so we slotted in. our exercise was called Strandloper, and Strandloper slotted in with Marcusfontein, making use of all the Navy's stuff that is available. And the Air Force said they would also participate. And what we had to do now was we had to move all the people up to Walvis Bay, the whole of 14 Parachute Battalion group, all their vehicles, all their equipment, all the rest. We had to stay in Walvis Bay, and we had to do some training in the desert there, because none of our troops had trained in the desert or done anything like that. And this whole operation was going to be a desert operation, because Namib is on the edge of the Namib Desert. And we were going to rehearse the whole thing, and then we were going to do a proper rehearsal of the whole operation, using Walvis Bay as to simulate Namib. We wouldn't actually do an attack on Walvis Bay. The attack would be out in the desert somewhere, but it would be as if it was going to be taking Walvis Bay, with the distances and so on all worked in. And we traveled up to before we left and so on. This is when Katlibenberg phones me, and he says to me, Mac, do you think you could run exercise Strandloper on your own? I said, what do you mean, sir? He said, I need to take your brigade commander away. We have to provide someone for the Joint Military Monitoring Commission, which is going to be monitoring the ceasefire that has been declared at this stage. And Archie is the best person to do this job. So I want to use him for that. But I want to know if you feel you can handle the exercise that is now going to take place in Walvis Bay, because that exercise has got to go ahead. It's important. So I said, yes, sir, I can do it. I was pretty convinced of myself then. You know, I'd been almost 3 years that I'd been the SO1 ops at the brigade, and I'd been acting as the chief of staff in all that time, and I knew that Archie allowed me to do everything myself, so I knew that it wouldn't be a problem if he wasn't there. I'd still be able to manage it, because during the actual exercise, he would probably get me to do those things anyway. You know, he knew that I had the knowledge and I had done the background reading and so on. So I said yes, sir. He said, okay, I'm making you acting brigade commander. Unfortunately, he didn't promote me, but you know, he made me the acting brigade commander. I was still a lieutenant colonel, a commandant. But that was great. I was very excited about that. So I took everybody up to Walvis Bay. We had long convoys going up, and you know, all the people we traveled up in little smaller convoys and so on. Got everybody to Walvis Bay. The OC of Walvis Bay military area, which was separate from, in those days, it was still part of the Cape Province. It wasn't part of Namibia, of Southwest Africa. So it didn't fall under Southwest Africa Command in Windhoek. And it had a separate commander, a colonel, Toby van Skalkwyk, and he was in charge of the Walvis Bay military area. So we arrived up in Walvis Bay, and I went to see Toby, and he said, okay, you guys can pitch your camp and so on, because we had to take everything with us. They didn't have a place for us there. Their facilities were all being used, and we had our tents set up, and we got a place at the Rooikop Air Force Base, where the runways and so on were, and we were all set and ready to go. We went through the training. We did excellent rehearsals. I worked with Eric Green. I worked very, very well with him. We worked out all the procedures. The troops practiced, and we practiced in the daytime, and we practiced all the work that we had to do in the desert. And it was very interesting training. It was very interesting work that we did. We had a big force. We had a force of approximately 1,000 troops. And I put together an airborne force of 600. The Air Force said that they could drop the guys, 600 guys, and an amphibious force of 300. and the 300 guys could be put ashore from the Tafelberg. And then the amphibious boat squadron handled the landing craft. There were 2 helicopters on board the Tafelberg, and so we would divide the force that was landing up between those in the landing craft and those in the helicopters. The beachhead would be established by the Marine Amphibious Company. This was a special company that the Marines had trained specifically for amphibious operations. And they were equipped with quite a lot of heavy, they were almost like a support company. They had 5.0 Browning machine guns, and they had anti-tank equipment and so on, mortars and so on. So they were well equipped to take a beachhead and to hold it. And that was their task as well. And then the Navy provided a beachmaster organization to control everything that was landing in the beachhead and to send them off to wherever they had to go. And there was an officer in charge of the beachhead organization, or the beachmaster organization, known as the beachmaster, a naval officer. It was a tremendous. It was all something completely new. The idea was that the amphibious force, the main amphibious force, would land in the beachhead and then pass through the beachhead to link up with the airborne force, and then they would do the attack at first light. And all of this had to take place at night. We had a joint command headquarters on board the Tafelberg. And the naval commander was Eric Green. And the naval commander was known as the Commander Amphibious Task Force. And the abbreviation was CATF, CATF. So he was the CATF. And then in command of all the army troops was the Commander Army Landing Force, or the CALF, CALF. And I was the CALF. And the Tafelberg gave me a nice cap with the Tafelberg insignia on it. And on the front, they had the name CALF CALF written. So I could wear that on the ship and everybody would know this is the Commander Army Landing Forces. And it was a very interesting exercise because we got everybody on the ground. There was a night march after they'd linked up. They had to assemble and form up and carry out a first light attack in the desert. We had ferrets as well that were going to be dropped by the, I think only 2 ferrets, but we wanted the extra firepower from the ferrets. It might have been 4 ferrets, I think 2 106s and 2 Milan ferrets that were dropped. But they weren't dropped because what happened then at the last minute, the Air Force let us know that they're now bringing back so much stuff out of Southeast Angola. And there's such pressure on them to get it all out in a certain amount of time that all the C-130s and C-160s were involved in that withdrawal from Southeast Angola. With the ceasefire, they had, certain time limits and they had to get everything out. So they couldn't provide the aircraft for us to drop the airborne force. That didn't worry me too much because we'd done lots of airborne exercises. The troops all knew what to do. They knew how to jump at night. They knew how to group on the DZs. It was the amphibious side that was all new to us. So the airborne force was taken by truck and just dropped there in the desert where they would have jumped. And from there, they had to move all the equipment and move the ammunition and move everything else using Yakalsek. The Yakalsek vehicle worked beautifully on the D-80 landing craft. It fitted as if it had been built for them. And it could be jacked up and down on the little jacks, the little lifts that they had up to the flight deck. They could be cargo slung by the Pumas from ship to shore. All of these things were working out very, very well. It was really a good setup there. And we had these extra little vehicles that we could put on the ground. And the idea was that in the actual attack, the actual operation, when we withdrew, we wouldn't try and withdraw the ferrets. and we'd try and withdraw the Jakkals vehicles. We want to get the troops out. We'd blow them all up, because it's easy to get more Jakkals vehicles in South Africa, and there are lots of ferrets over there. You just have to get 6-1 base workshop to convert them for us. So, you know, it wasn't a big issue. We were prepared to write off those things, and we got permission to do that too. Then we had to withdraw. They did the first light attack, and then they had to withdraw into the desert, and then they had to withdraw onto the Tafelberg by night. But now the whole force, both the Amphibious and the Airborne force, had to be withdrawn. And we did this using the 6 D-80 landing craft and the 2 Puma helicopters. And we withdrew 1,010 troops in 4 hours. From the shore to the ship, put them on the Tafelberg. Each troop, as he was put onto the Tafelberg, as he boarded the Tafelberg, whether it was by helicopter or by landing craft, because the landing craft, when they took them in, they'd have to climb up nets to get to the top. And when they were met at the top of the net and they climbed onto the deck, they were met with, and every troop was handed an orange, a sandwich, a cup of coffee, and some rusks as soon as they came on board. The troops couldn't believe it. They thought it was incredible. Now, you know, for the Tafelberg to suddenly take over 1,000 troops extra, this was an issue. They had to find places to sleep, to lie down, to just to rest, and the whole ship was crowded with troops. But by dawn, when the sun came up, the ship was over the horizon, out of sight, gone, beyond the range of these aircraft that were based at Namib, and that was it. We eventually brought them all back, and they climbed off back in Walvis Bay at the harbour, and then we started demobilizing or packing up to move, because what we'd been told to do then was we were short of troops to man 10 division up in Ovambuland. So we were told to send 14 Parabon group up to Ovambuland, and told that if the operation has to take place, they would immediately be withdrawn from whatever tasks they're doing in Ovambuland, and would be flown to Walvis Bay to carry out the operation. So we moved up to Ovambuland, and I went up with them. They then came under operational command of Sector 10, and so I didn't really have a role anymore, but I wanted to see what was going on and make sure that things were going well over there. And my boss, Archie Moore, was at Ruakana, where the Joint Military Monitoring Commission was having their meetings at the foot of the Ruakana Falls, and in a tent over there. And so I went up there to greet him, and he said, "Stay over a couple of days. You can come to some of these meetings with me." So I did that, which was very interesting. You know, we went down and met with the others that had been appointed, and many of them were Cubans, some of them were Angolans, many of them were Cubans, and I was able to chat to the Cubans and use my Spanish a bit, and they were quite surprised to hear me speaking Spanish. And so I remember one of them in particular, Lieutenant Colonel Espinosa, that I got quite friendly with. We chatted about quite a few things there, and so that was a nice little aside. But then I returned to Murray Hill, and the operation never took place. I had to do a presentation to the Chief of the Army and his whole Army General Staff on what the plan would be. And I was told, look, at this stage, it looks as though the peace negotiations are being successful, but you keep everything in place, and it remains a contingency plan. You've got to be ready to carry it out. And so for a couple of months, we had to do that. Shortly after I got back, there was an exercise being held at the Army Battle School, a Sweepslag exercise. I went through and attended that. It was the first of many such exercises because I wanted the brigade to also be involved in the other role that it had. It couldn't just work on independent missions that we had to do. We had to also be able to support the other ground forces with airborne operations. So I wanted us to be involved at the Army Battle School in Sweepslag exercises, whiplash as it is, Sweepslag. And so I went along and attended this exercise and made sure that they knew that I wanted us, including a 14 Paraben group, to participate in exercises there, which they were all very pleased about. In the meantime, Toby van Schalkwyk, the officer commanding Walvis Bay military area, sent a report to Chief of the Army about the exercise and about our stay in his area. And he was unbelievably complimentary. He said that the troops, the paratroopers who were there, were highly disciplined. They behaved themselves very well. There were no incidents that caused of them causing trouble. It wasn't quite true. There was a couple of minor incidents, but they were all things that we had pretty much under control, and we were able to sort them out very easily. He said that they were an absolute example to other troops. It was just a pleasure there, and he wanted to compliment me as the commander for having done it all so well. So I was very chuffed with that, and you know, I thought, well, that's nice to know. And then I heard also in August '88, I think I got the news when I was still up in Namibia. But anyway, I overheard that I'd been awarded the Southern Cross Medal, the SM, for the work that I'd been doing at the brigade, and specifically for having developed an anti-tank system for the airborne forces. And I was really very, very chuffed with that. And later on, when everyone was back and things had calmed down a bit, the medal was presented to me at a parade at Murray Hill by General Dion Mortimer, the Chief of Army Staff Logistics, which was very meaningful to me because, you know, Dion Mortimer had been 2IC of 1 Paraben many years before, one of the first 2ICs there. But he also had a distinguished career. And I know some people think he was a World War II veteran, but he wasn't that old, not by any means. He only joined the Defence Force in the late 1950s. But he was what did happen with him is he'd been sent to the United States. We were still able to send people there in those days. And while he was in the United States, he did the US Army Ranger course, and he also did the Airborne course. So by the time he came back to South Africa, he was already Airborne qualified. And he had to do a little conversion course at 1 Paraben. And then he became the 2IC at 1 Paraben. He was able to introduce some of the training that he'd undergone at the Ranger course, which is, of course, what the Chilean Commando course is based on, is the US Ranger course. So, you know, I had a small thing in common with General Mortimer, and I always enjoyed him very much. He was very knowledgeable about airborne matters, and he had a great interest in airborne operations. And he was an absolute expert on the Battle of Arnhem and what took place at Arnhem. And every year he used to give a lecture at the Defence College on the Battle of Arnhem, because he'd studied it in such detail. So you know, he was a great guy, and I was really pleased that he could present me with my medal. But at this stage, I'd been the SO1 ops at the brigade for almost 3 years. I'd been a commandant for 4 years, going on 5 years. This was the longest I'd ever been in one post. And I was really longing for a proper command appointment. I knew that I was already so senior as a commandant that I probably had no chance of ever commanding a battalion, unless it was a battalion that was commanded by a colonel. And 1 Paraben was commanded by a colonel. So, you know, I had this little secret hope that maybe I could get command of one paraban. It wasn't really what, it didn't really fall in line with what I was working towards, what I'd been doing at the brigade, because it would mean going back down to the lower tactical and technical level with the training and so on that was going on there. I felt I'd sort of passed that, but at the same time, there was something special about being commander of one parachute battalion, because it was the premier parachute unit and the school of parachuting and so on. And it was a full-time unit, so you know it was it was something that I thought about. I didn't think I had much chance, but I thought about it. I thought it would be nice if I could get command, because I knew Chris LaRue had been at the battalion now for about 6 years. So he was due for transfer somewhere, and probably nearly ready for promotion. So I knew one paraban was very likely to become available at the end of this year. And I sort of hoped that I'd go there, but then one day I had to go into directive operations for something. And he called me aside. It was Brigadier Bespier, Frank Bespier, who'd been my company commander when I was a soldier. And there was a previous brigade commander. And he said to me, listen, I need to tell you something. The promotions and appointments are being discussed in Army Headquarters at the moment, and I've sat in on some of the discussions. He said, you were lined up for one parachute battalion, but there is a problem, and there are objections to you going to one parachute battalion. You are not culturally acceptable for the Bloemfontein environment. So I looked at him and I said, Brigadier, are you telling me that I speak the wrong language and I go to the wrong church? He said, that's exactly what I'm telling you. So he said, I thought I'd just better let you know so that you're not too disappointed when the promotions and appointments come out, because unfortunately you're not going to get one paraban. He said to me, I personally think you'd be the right person for the job, but don't you worry about it. I personally think that one day you should become the OC of the Army College. So that never happened, and I'm not sure that that's what I really would have liked, but you know, that was his opinion. That's what he said. So anyway, that was Frank Bespier, and I shortly after that, so my dreams of one paraban went out the window. They were gone. I stopped even thinking about that. But I'd be prepared to be a group commander, anything, just to be able to get command. I needed to have a permanent command appointment. You need to do that if you're a professional soldier, particularly if you're in a combat arm. At the end of 1988, I was invited to attend a passing out parade of a UNITA battalion in Angola at the training base. They'd been trained by South Africans. So I went up with one or two others who'd been invited, and including Jakos, my good friend, who was also invited up there. And I attended the parade and saw old Savimbi and all the things that went on there. Then I came back, and that was actually the last time I went into Angola. I never went again. Then in November 1988, a signal was sent, and the signal was sent out to the whole of the army, and it was the list of promotions and appointments. The signal said Archie Moore has been promoted to brigadier and promoted to colonel, promoted to brigadier, and appointed as the chief of staff at Wit Command, with effect from 1 April 89. And I was promoted to colonel and appointed OC 44 Para Brigade to take over from him. So I nearly fell on my back then, because you don't normally go straight to a brigade. I mean, you would normally command a battalion first, at least have some other command experience before you get appointed as a brigade commander. But that's what happened. So I was very grateful for that, very excited about it. I'd have to wait until the 1st of April before I could take over the position. But when Archie Moore came back, he was almost never at the battalion, at the brigade headquarters. He was busy with other things, and I think he had already been told he was going to get this promotion. I was afterwards told that Archie Moore had put in a very strong word for me to take over from him. And he said that he didn't think there was anyone else that could do the job properly, because there's a whole lot of things that we're busy with at the brigade, and he doesn't think that their continuity should be broken. And apparently also the report that Toby van Schalkwyk had written from Walvis Bay was waved around when they discussed that, and they felt, well, you know, kom ons gee maar vir die Engelsman 'n kans. So I got the job, which and that was actually a far better job for me. It was a job I was better suited to. It was more in line with what I was doing, and it meant that I could continue with the things I'd been working on up to that. But I'd already been the OC of the acting OC of the brigade for 8 months. So, you know, there wasn't even any handing and taking over to do. I knew exactly what was going on in the brigade, and I was looking at, and Archie Moore said, "Don't bother me. It's your job now. It's your brigade. I want." In fact, one morning I came to work and there was a little note there, and it said, "McGill, kindly move out of this office. It belongs to the SO1 ops. Your office is next door. Move in there." That was his old office, you see. So he'd handed it over to me. So that was it, and I was very excited, very thrilled, and that will bring us to the next discussion that we'll have when I was a brigade commander, and that I was about to embark on a period that was to prove the highlight of my military career. So thanks for that, Chris. It was a long one, but it was a very, very busy 3 years. And I can tell you now, I haven't even told you half of the things that we actually did during those 3 years.
I must tell you, sir, every time that one of your episodes comes out, people say, "Wow, this is the best one." I'm not even going to try to say that anymore, but I really, really enjoyed this one. This was, to me, that's fantastic to listen. Thank you for that. I have 3 questions, though, sir. I'll try not to take too much of your time. I've heard a rumor, sir, that 44 Parachute Brigade, the 4-4 came from 1944, you know, with D-Day, Pegasus Bridge, and Arnhem. Is that true, sir, or is just a romantic story?
Of course, I think that it's just a romantic story. I don't really know, but I very, very much doubt whether they would have considered that as a reason. I've tried several times to find out why the appellation 44 was given. I haven't been able to do that. I haven't been able to find out. What is very interesting is that when it was made 44 Parachute Brigade in 1978, when it was approved as a brigade in 1978 and given the name 44 Parachute Brigade, the Brits had a territorial parachute brigade in the British Army, which is a citizen force brigade. And it was known as 44 Parachute Brigade. I have no idea whether there was any connotation there, but the incredible coincidence is that I think it was only a matter of 2 or 3 weeks between the time that the British 44 Parachute Brigade was disbanded and the South African 44 Parachute Brigade was established. It was amazing. But I don't think most of the people who make those decisions in South Africa wouldn't even have known that the Brits had a 44 Parachute Brigade. So I don't think there's any connection there at all. And I wish I could tell you why they chose 44. I really can't. I know with the divisions, you know, we had divisions going up to 6 SA Armored Division during the Second World War. And then when we established our own divisions in the 1970s, they carried on with that. They had the 7 SA Infantry Division and 8 SA Armour Division. But I don't think 44 Para Brigade had anything like that.
When you people were at that big senior officer conference, what do I call it, planning to stop the 50th Cuban Division from where comes the attack on Nip, which is a harbour city, those who don't know, to the left. Of, if you look north now, it's that side.
Yeah, the western side, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct, sir. Were you ever contemplating using atomic weapons?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I never heard anything about that ever. You know, the whole issue of nuclear weapons is coming to the fore again with the war in the Ukraine. And I heard one commentator speaking about it, and I think I won't say it's completely true, but I think there's a lot of truth in it. He says that he said that the value of nuclear weapons lies not in using them, it lies in having them. If people know that you have nuclear weapons, they're unlikely to do anything to you. You'll get away with all sorts of things. And I think that is exactly what Putin is trying to do at the moment. He knows he can get away with a great deal because he does have nuclear weapons. And people are terrified that he might decide to use them if NATO or anybody else acts against him. And, you know, who knows? The guy might well do that. So, but once a nuclear weapon has been used, then its value has been lost, because then you get the sort of counter strikes and all the rest going in, and it just becomes a massacre. So the value is not in using them, but the value is in having them. So maybe we were following the same policy over here. I don't know. I never ever heard any mention of nuclear weapons being used at any time in my whole military career. You know, I had an idea that we had them. You know, the rumors were strong and everybody knew about it. I think they were mostly still under being tested and so on. But I never ever came across any talk about actually using them. I often heard people talking about, now people will be careful because we've got them. You know, now people won't push us around so much because we've got them. So yeah, the answer is no.
Oh, that's good, sir. That's good. I think it was a rumor deliberately spread around. I know that a lot of deceit was going on there. They were increasing, they were getting the Cubans under the impression that there were a lot more G5 artillery regiments being deployed, things like that. So they were playing games. But now I need to ask you a question, sir, the last one for today, but it's for me a very important one. And I base this upon something which happened, I think, 2 episodes back, where General Viljoen, Constant Viljoen, I think he was then the Chief of Army, did the parachute jump with a few people when it was the 21st birthday of one Parachute Battalion. And also, sir, at Kasinga, just before that, he was also there. He flew in, or I don't think he jumped, but he arrived there at the end. He was always lost there. He was always lost. And there were way too many senior officers at Kasinga, in my opinion. It's just my opinion. Does there come a time, sir, that a senior officer is too valuable to risk in combat? Was Colonel Moore correct when he said to you, it's not worth risking you to go and drop spies or whatever they were in Mozambique? And if I say that, sir, is it then fair for me to say that perhaps General Viljoen, and I say this with utter respect, had nothing to lose at Kasinga? He should not have been there.
Yeah, I think the short answer is you're right. The short answer is you're right. It is a tendency. and it was a strong tendency with in the SADF. You know, one of the problems that we had was that the generation just before us, I mean, I'm from the generation that did military service, started military service in the mid-60s. But those who started their military service in the, let's say, the early 50s, those guys, they never had combat experience. The Second World War guys did, but the guys after the Second World War, there's another 20 years before anyone got any combat experience again. And it was almost 30 years before many people started getting combat experience. So you had people who were generals, but they'd never been in combat. And for many of them, I mean, you know, for a soldier, combat is really a rite of passage. If you haven't done it, you haven't done it. If you haven't come under fire, you haven't come under fire. And are you really a soldier if you haven't? Well, I'm not going to answer that question, but what I will say is there are many soldiers who believe that unless you've been under fire, you haven't passed that rite of passage. So, so they will do everything in their power to do that. I spoke to General Viljoen about this on his farm when I interviewed him. And he said, I had a policy that my senior officers must be exposed to combat because they'd never been in combat. And I made sure that every opportunity that was available, they get that experience, because I was trying to pin him down as to why was Brigadier du Plessis on the battlefield. And that's the answer he gave me. He didn't give me an answer, but the fact is that Brigadier du Plessis had been told to be somewhere else. But there was another brigadier there too, Brigadier Hannes, shucks, what is his surname? It escapes me now. Anyway, the rugby player, he was a big rugby player, Springbok rugby player. But what were two brigadiers doing there? And what was a lieutenant general arriving at the helicopter there when there was still fighting going on and so on? It doesn't make a lot of sense. But there are reasons why the people did that. They might not be good reasons, but they had their reasons for doing that. And then there's another thing that one has to remember, that you know, the South Africans in general have this problem. If you go back to the establishment of the Union of South Africa, 2 years later, the Union Defence Force was established in 1912, and 2 years after that, the First World War breaks out. So what happens? There's a rebellion in South Africa, and South Africa undertakes to go and capture German Southwest Africa. And who takes command of the troops for both of those actions? Not just anybody, the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, who's not even in the army. He dons uniform, a general's uniform, and he leads the troops in combat. And he does it himself. So, you know, when that happens to the very first Prime Minister in the country, it sort of sets a precedent. And people sort of think, well, you know, it's all right to do that sort of thing. That's what we're going to do. The Minister of Defence gets himself. He also takes part in that operation as a general, and then he gets himself appointed as a British general and takes over the operations in East Africa. What's a minister doing that sort of thing? I mean, there are generals that can do that, but now they all want to be generals. So admittedly, they were generals, but they weren't professional soldiers. They hadn't been trained professionally to do that sort of thing, which most possibly a good thing. But you know, we had precedents in South Africa that had been set and that's the sort of thing that people did. And unfortunately, or fortunately, you'll find that a lot of the top South African soldiers in the commanders in the Second World War, they were right in front. They were right in front. You know, the OC of 1st Transvaal Scottish, at that stage, Lieutenant Colonel Hartshorn, when they were in the East African campaign, he was leading. He only had one arm because the other one he'd lost in a grenade explosion in the First World War. But with his pistol in his one hand, he was leading his troops in attacks and clearing houses and so on. That's what a company or a platoon commander must do, not a battalion commander. But that's what we did. And for many of the guys, the reason was that it boosts the morale of the troops. And that I can tell you is true. The troops who are at Kasinga, they think Constant Viljoen is the most marvelous guy in the world because he was there. And they think that guy is not afraid of anything. They're proud to have served under him because he was there. And when I asked him, sir, why did you go? He said, I wanted to see Kasinga myself, but it was also important that the troops see me. It was good for their morale. He's right. It was good for their morale. It meant a great deal to them. So, you know, there are many reasons why it happens. Personally, I don't think it's a good idea, but would I do it if I found myself in a situation like that? Well, I went on that trip when we dispatched those guys over Mozambique. So I suppose I would. So, you know, it's difficult to answer.
Yeah, I fully enjoy your answers there. I think for those who don't remember, I think it was Louis Botha and Jannie Smuts.
Yeah.
Leading the invasion of South German countries.
Yeah, they did a movement, one of them in charge of each, you know. So
yes, like the columns almost. And they did see the ass in East Africa, though, where your grandfather was against the Warbeck, who's probably the best guerrilla fighter I've ever heard of.
Yeah.
And
No,
he
look,
was a professional soldier.
He was very good. He was very good, and I mean, he was the only. I mean, the peace had been declared, and he was still fighting. So he was undefeated throughout the war. And there's no doubt about that. He and Jan Smuts apparently kept in touch with one another after the war. They you know, I think you were the one who told me that he was the only guy who told Hitler where to get off. So you know, he was a real soldier, and he was very good. But what a lot of people also don't realize is that the British general who preceded Smuts made a total hash of the thing up there. And Smuts actually did a great deal to correct the situation in East Africa. And it wasn't so much that he was withdrawn from East Africa for not having taken von Lettow-Voorbeek. It was more that they wanted him to be part of the Privy Council and the War Cabinet in London. And that's why he was taken away to go there.
You're right, sir. You're right. And that's where, of course, he got involved in creating the RAF.
Yeah.
He's the only man alive, or the only man who ever signed both a union of a League of Nations as well as the National United Nations. He signed on both documents. So he was a fantastic person, I suppose.
He was an exceptional man, and he's very underrated these days because of political correctness. But the fact is, he was an exceptional man.
Slim Jannie, that's what they called him, or Slim Jannie.
Yeah, Slim Jannie. Yeah.
Slim Jannie. It's fascinating to me, so I'll just leave it like here. But I believe up to 1914, with the First World War, if you go back to the Napoleonic Wars and you go, say, to the US Civil War, they lost a lot of brigadier generals. It was almost like a second lieutenant in the First World War. That was a dangerous rank. Because
one has to remember that in those days when a brigade deployed, they all deployed in sight of one another. You know, the brigade commander could see his battalions in front of him, and he could see the enemy across the way there. And the enemy could see him. So they were targets, yeah.
Yeah, that was great, sir. Let me just end it here then. I think you missed your launch, so I apologize.
No problem, Chris.
This was fantastic.
Sorry, I spoke for so long, but
No.
that's why I said I'm never going to fit this the whole time I was at 40 point into one session. So
no, it's fantastic. So we get people, they make comments, they write to me, they say they put you on and they drive 500-600 kilos totally enwrapped. One guy said almost 300 kilos in Australia somewhere, and he was just listening to it. He just was fantastic. And another one wrote to me to say the same thing. He was driving from Oppington to where, Kimberley or someplace. It was far.
yeah.
He heard it on his phone. He was through the car speakers. It was just the greatest thing ever. So now we don't mind. But General, we came to the end again. Fascinating stuff. Thank you for that. Thank you for your time. There's actually nothing more I can say than what I've just said now. It was just fantastic. I really enjoyed it. To the rest of you, you've got a story to tell. Contact me. Don't let somebody tell you you're unimportant or you were nothing or whatever. No, you serve. So you have a story. So please come and tell us about it. And until we meet again, God bless.